right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be starting in about 3 minutes. And again, just a reminder, tell your friends to get here, have a seat. I know that we're all excited. You know, our relatives just got here. You know, some of your luggage might have not got here, but you're here, and so that's important. And we also got people, you know, enjoying conversations, and this is sometimes a great gathering place, but our program's going to be starting in about 2 minutes, and so Kunis is going to share a little bit of housekeeping, and we'll get started in a bit. And a reminder, if you don't have a chance, or if you haven't yet, download the app, the Event Mobi app, and so if you search your devices and you look up EVENT Mobi, M-O-B-I, and then the code, when you sign on and you sign in to find a Think Indigenous agenda, the code is?
Okay, so the code is all one word. It'll be Think Indigenous 2026, no capitals or anything. And if you guys are listening to me, let's do this classroom style. Pull out your phones and pull out the App Store, because I don't want to repeat this every session. It'll have the schedule, the speakers, all the information right there on your phone. So the app is called Event Mobi, M-O-B-I. Free download. And then once again, the code is Think Indigenous 2026, all one word, no capitals. If anybody needs any help downloading it too, you can come and find me and I'll help you download it.
All right, let's get settled in. I know everybody's kind of in their conversation still, but let's get some, you know, conversations to settle down. We want to make sure that we got everybody's attention. I know everybody's got food, and, you know, try to do your best and give your attention up here. So can I get everybody's eyes? What is that thing that we do with educators in our classroom?
Do the quiet coyote.
Yeah, let's see the quiet coyote. Where's the quiet coyotes out there? Yeah. Yeah. Uh-oh.
You guys are forgetting the quiet part.
Yeah, this guy almost went, oh! Yeah, well, I don't know if we need to do a coffee check. He obviously had his coffee this morning. We are at day one here of the conference, which means everyone's still excited, and you know, make sure that we're hydrated. Make sure you eat a little bit later too. Sometimes we get so deep and depth in our conversations that we forget to feed ourselves, to look after ourselves, and also our elders too. If you brought your elders, remember, make sure that you're checking in with them, and don't forget them anywhere, okay? Make sure they're coming along with us and that they're leading us, and so they're a very important part of our program too. And so, again, you know, today is day one. We want to get started here in a good way, and I know there's a lot of conversations still happening, so let's get everybody to quiet down. Shh. Hey, there we go, yeah. So as we begin our day one here of a full day of conference, I want to make sure that, you know, we're doing our best and being due diligent and honoring everybody here in your presence. We're very thankful to have your spirit with us too, and to be able to acknowledge and all the different backgrounds and the people that are here, and being able to, you know, come together as a community and being able to share ideas and collaborate. I know this is a great time to network, and so I myself, I work for the Greater Saskatoon Catholic School Division, and I've been, you know, giving out my information and trying to hire new people. And so if you're looking for a job, come and see us in Saskatoon. But again, you know, we're very thankful to be able to be here and to represent the many different corners of our communities. And so I just want to give a brief greeting, Yat E, to everybody. In my language, we say Yat E amongst the Dene people down south. And I had a relative of mine here. You know, he's wearing a real nice beaded, you know, jacket and coat, and you know, I want to say I like your vest. You know, when you say that, they're supposed to give it to you. It's really nice. And anyway, that was my relative from my Dene people up north, and so I greeted him, and we exchanged words, and we talked about, you know, what are these things that we say to one another, and sometimes simply we say, it means hello. But if you really know the language, you know, sometimes that breaks down to something more significant. And so in my language, when we say Yat E, it means it's good. That's the literal translation of Yat E in our language. And when somebody responds, they usually respond with, oh, Yat E, yes, it's good. And so that's the way that we're going to begin today. And so, Kunis, do you want to give a little hello too?
Danse Gakia, good morning everyone. It's so nice to see you all today. Thank you for being here early. I hope you all fed yourselves so you can nourish yourselves for the day. This morning, my friend Boajide, she shared something on Facebook that said, think Indigenous is family and it feels good to be home. And that's truly how I feel about this space, and I hope through the course of your experience at this gathering that you guys start to feel the way that a lot of us do here. There's good learning. There's so much power in a lot of the speakers we hear today. And I also just want to share another gentle reminder about being respectful and mindful of the space and listening. You know, I've been thinking recently a lot about how we often expect a lot of things of children that we don't expect for ourselves. And a lot of us, you know, being in the classroom, we expect our kids to have our eyes forward and paying attention to us and what we have to say, you know, showing us that respect. So just to remember to give us that same respect up here as we share our lives with you.
All right, and so with that, we're going to get started here. And I know that we have some very, very important people here, and we want to give our full attention. And so I know we want to talk about the casino last night, and I know you want to talk about your hotel maybe, and the maid coming in early this morning, or whatever it may be, but we're going to have to hold those conversations for another time, and we want to give our full attention to our relatives here today. And so I want to start by saying I'm very honored to be able to introduce our next speaker here today in the main conference. Dr. Evelyn Steinhauer is a Cree scholar and an educator and a leader from Saddle Lake Cree Nation. She represents a vital role in our community and a representation of our matrilineal leadership in guiding ethical learning and strengthening our community relationships and ensuring that Indigenous perspectives and our ways of knowing shape and help in the global kind of conversation about education. Her work helps to build bridges between institutions, nations, and generations. And so we're very thankful to have Evelyn here.
Her work reminds us that Indigenous education is grounded in responsibility, relationship, and future generations. So will you please join us in welcoming Dr. Evelyn Steinhauer to the stage.
Hi, nanas komt nou al kakje. Bij me weet inu tai pintum gawiana nots. I'm really grateful that I got this invitation. I want to get started, but before I do that, I really want to bring in somebody really special to me to come and join me on stage for just a moment. She's going to open us up in prayer, and yeah, she's been speaking Cree for the last couple years, and I'm really, really honored that she has decided to join me. Astam kezi piaimaha. Stand right here. Stand right here and talk on this. Okay.
Danse tutemak kesnisigasen. Let's pray. Utawinan sawenan anut kagisagak. Minan maskawat suwin, mina inisuwin. Tanantutama mina anayitama. Mina nasemina warapatama kasagastek mina kapak samok. Hai tanas kontanan betone egwase tehe hai tehe hai.
Hi, Kesley. I'm really, really deeply grateful that I got this invitation to speak at this international conference held on Treaty 4 territory, the homelands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Lakota, and Métis peoples. I'm honored to stand before you in a humble way today. Not loud enough? Before I continue, I want to just say thank you for the opening ceremony last night and for the way the elder sang or prayed us in, and then he had his helper sing us in. It was so moving, it actually brought tears to my eyes. And you know, prayer is really, really important. When we start any event, we should always be thinking about the prayer that we want to offer that day. The elder's words connected us across nations, across generations, and across land and sky. They remind us that what we speak today is not for ourselves, but our children, our grandchildren, and those yet to come. And you know, one of the things that I always remember is when we do this work, it's not for ourselves, it's for our children. So this week I made the decision, or my husband and I made the decision to bring our granddaughter, who we are so fortunate to raise. She comes from a family of 7, and her mother so graciously allowed us to have her in our home for the last 2.5 years. And what I really appreciate about having her is it reminds me every single day why we do the work that we do. So again, I'm really, really grateful that she got the opportunity to come up with me. It's really, really important, I think, that we do that whenever we can. Bring our children. We often think that our children are not listening, but sometimes she amazes me because she's all of a sudden piping up from the back seat and saying, "Kukum, what did you guys just say? What is this about?" It just amazes me. And she's only 6 years old, but I really look forward to a future where she doesn't have to worry about who she is or slipping up that Indian accent that I had to worry about all my life. I have notes here because I tend to get a little bit long-winded when I speak, so I've got some notes. Last week I did a keynote, and I had my notes for that keynote, and I don't think I got halfway through it because I kept telling stories in between. So I'll try to keep on track here. Standing here, I'm reminded that every gathering, every teaching, every idea we share is shaped by the place we are on. And again, I just want to give thanks to Chief Evan, who opened us up last night with some really awesome words. And I really appreciated too that he brings his daughter and or his granddaughter and his niece with him. It must be your daughter, right, Chief Evan? Your daughter, because you look very young, so I'm sure you don't have grandchildren yet. Yeah, so I really appreciate that you're able to do that. And the other thing is when we take children to this space, they have the opportunity to hear our language, but they also have the opportunity to hear other languages. Last night, Kesley was saying, when she was talking about the prayer, she said, I'll say some stuff in English because I know not everybody speaks the same language here. So already at that young age, she's thinking about that. When we talk about decolonizing education, living, thinking, and speaking Indigenous, this work is always grounded in relationship with the land. This land here, and the lands that we come from, they carry stories. They carry many, many teachings. And I often think about when I go somewhere, my ancestors walked here. My great-great-great-great-grandfather, Henry Bird Steinhauer, come from Ontario, and when I go there, or when I go to Ottawa, when I go to that area, I can feel like I'm home. And you know, when we go to these spaces, that's such a beautiful feeling. And I feel like I'm home here too. And I really want to say thank you to my brother Chris. He adopted me a few years ago, and I was a little bit concerned when he texted me one day to see if I would do a keynote. And I also sit on the Rideau Hall Foundation's National Advisory Team on Indigenous Education. So there's a big initiative that's happening where we're trying to increase the number of teachers to 10,000 within the next few years. So I have the good fortune of sitting on that. And right now they're in Ottawa meeting, that advisory's meeting. And so it took me a little while to say yes to my brother, but I also think the reason I didn't say yes right away because I never really know if I have anything to offer people. I doubt that I have anything of significance to offer. And I started thinking about that, and my grandmother used to say to me, she used to say to me, when somebody asks you to do something, don't act silly. You know, try to be responsive to that. They're asking you for a reason. And those words always stay in my head. And then she said, whatever you do though, when you go and take up these opportunities, don't stand there and brag about yourself. And I think that's really important as well, because tapatimuan is really important in our way of being. You know, to make sure that we do things in a humble way, in a way that, you know, we're not calling ourselves humble, but we try to practice that. So I'm really grateful for those teachings that I have received. You'll see up here a picture of my family, and those are just my older brother and myself. And you know, a long time ago, we never had cameras. So I don't think there's any baby pictures of me other than this one, and there's one other one where I'm about 18 months old. And it might have been the same day. But I put this picture up because much of the work that I do is because of these two that are pictured there, my late father and my late mother, my late brother. So when I look at that picture today, I'm thinking I'm the last one standing out of that. And it's just been so unbelievably tragic in this last little while, because within our community of Sad Lake, we just had a major tragedy where a couple, there was a group of 5 in the vehicle, a couple of them died, and then that morning there were two elders in their 80s that got into a vehicle accident. And after, I don't have the picture of our whole family, but I just lost my brother last month too, so it's been a really difficult time. And just before I got on stage this morning, I just got a text message from my daughter, and then she called me that her partner collapsed. They took him to the hospital last night because he was having chest pains, and of course the doctors asked him if he just came there for pills. And So when she called, the ambulance was there. But I just thought I would start with that, just because sometimes I get a little bit emotional when I talk, and I just want to apologize for that in advance. Or maybe I shouldn't apologize, because we're entitled to our feelings, right? Yeah. So I just want to mention that it was already said, but I come from Onitskapunek, Saddle Lake Cree Nation. I grew up on that nation. And one of the things that I never ever thought was that I'd be standing on a stage like this, or that I would have, gone beyond high school, because back then we were not expected to do that. We were not expected to go on to university. When I was in grade 9, the guidance counselor said to me, "You should take these secretarial courses, because there'll always be jobs for you on the reserve." So that was the first thing that I did when I got out of, when I moved from grade 8 to grade 9, is I took courses that would just prepare me to take vocational courses, and that was the first thing that I did. And those things always stay in my head. As mentioned in the introduction, I was the ATEP director, the director of the Aboriginal Teacher Education Program for the last 18 years. And I started actually working with ATEP in 2002, 2001, when we started thinking about bringing an Aboriginal teacher education program to the University of Alberta. But I got to drink some water. You can see I'm shaking, right? So as the ATEP director, I'm really fortunate that I had that opportunity. And then again, I never ever thought that I would be in that role, never mind being at a university, because this person was not supposed to go to the university or be a student in that setting. And I want to say that I have some of my ATEP team here this morning, so it's really nice that they're able to follow me around. Yeah, and as Chris says, these are the Alberta tables right here. So thank you for that. I gave up my role on October 31st as the ATEP director, and it was really bittersweet. And the one thing that I think about, I thought about when I was deciding that I'm going to give up this role, because I'm also the Associate Dean of Indigenous Education in the Faculty of Education. But I thought, you know what, it's time that we make we have a succession plan. And I think as Indigenous people, we think about this a lot. We think about the next generation, and we think about, probably in 3 years I'll be retiring. And I think about what is it going to be like when I'm gone. Not that I'm the expert in any of these ways, but I think as a team we worked really hard to change things to the way that they are now at the university, where we're almost left alone, where finally we're trusted to do the work that we do on campus. As I mentioned, ATEP is always been so close to my heart, and I really believe, and I say this often, that ATEP saves lives. And again, I don't say that with a big head, but I say that because, when you think about those teachers that we put through ATEP, they make a difference when they stand in front of the teachers in their classroom. And the impact is tremendous. But it's not only saving their lives, it's saving our lives as well, because we're doing things that we really love to do. We love to be with students. We love to be there as their aunties, as their cookums. And I think that's really important too when students go to a university setting, is that they find home, that they find a space where somebody really believes in them. I really believe that ATEP not only saves lives, but it changes families. We have, like ITEP, I got the opportunity to do a review of ITEP when Chris was there, and that's where I first met Chris. And I know that these programs really do make a difference, and I know probably this room is filled with ITEP grads. Like, there's probably a big number, because everywhere you turn, you're gonna meet people that actually have gone through that program. And it's not really the program that makes the difference, it's the people that work alongside you, and it's the students that come with their whole families to study. And you may never meet some of their families, but you know their families are all behind them. And although I've now passed the directorship, the heart of ATAP still lives within me. The relationships, the values, the communities, they continue to guide me. ATAP, like I said, lives in my heart. It has shaped me in ways that have become inseparable from who I am. You know, it's really, really difficult to say, I'm no longer the ATAP director because it became part of who I am. It has become my being. And I think about those people, and Chris mentioned this the other day when we were at the Rise and Roots conference. He was talking about the people that were at Blue Quills, and they did the sit-in in the 1970s to take over their own education. But what I think about when I think about those people, and some of them were my relatives, my late mother-in-law was one of them, they sat days, they sat for a month and prayed us into these positions. They prayed us into the work that we're doing. And I think about that when I'm working with these students. I have a major responsibility. And we are so fortunate in ATAP to have such a beautiful team, a team that's passionate, a team that's loving. But again, that doesn't just necessarily, you know, come because of who we are. It's because of the way that we've all been mentored as well. Just going back to what I said about being asked to speak, one of the things that came into my head is, what if I don't know what to say? And like I said, I have notes. What if I'm not good enough? What do I have to offer? And I think that plays for a lot of us who have experienced racism, who have lived in this colonial system for so many years. It really is sometimes a deterrent for us to not do things. But if we continue to think about that responsibility that we have to the future generations, then we'll have to continue to do this. I need to do this for Kesley. I need to do this for those students that come. The other day, I got a text message from my granddaughter, who's in ATAP as well, and she said, "Do you want to read a paper that I wrote?" And in the paper, she talks about how she has found home, how her life has changed, how she feels like she can now speak, how her voice, because she's really, really timid, how her voice can now be heard. So, you know, those are the things that I hope that we build in the program that we're in. And again, I have this picture of children, and I always like to have, you know, these reminders of why we are the way we are. I also want to share a little bit of a story. I was really fortunate to be raised around my grandparents. And my father died when I was 12 years old, so my mother raised us alone, and we spent a lot of time at my maternal grandparents, and that usually happens with your mother, right? You end up being spending a lot of time with her family. But you know, we used to go there a lot. We spent a lot of time there. And I want to say that, you know, my first classroom was not a school. It was in my grandparents' kitchen. I used to lie in bed in those early morning hours pretending to be asleep, wrapped in the smell of bacon frying and coffee boiling on the stove. I'd say boiling because we didn't have a percolator. We had an old-fashioned sort of coffee pot. So I would listen to my kukum and musum speaking Cree softly to one another in the mornings. Their voices carried a warmth so steady and familiar that it felt as though the whole world began right there in that kitchen. I really think now, as I'm older, those conversations that I was listening to were the curriculum. Their laughter was the pedagogy, and their love was the assessment. That kitchen was where I first learned belonging. It was where I first learned to listen. It was where I first heard the language in a way that it meant to be heard, with gentleness, humor, rhythm, and love. You know, I would lay there, and finally that smell of bacon, which I still love today, would coax me out of bed. It would push me out of bed because I was scared. There's so many of us sleeping all over because it was about 1,000-foot square home, 2 bedrooms, but all the people, my cousins would be there. There would be 20 of us laying on the floor or in the bedrooms. So I had to get up because I needed to eat that bacon. And kayasmana, a long time ago, the grandparents would go buy these big slabs of bacon. And I don't know if any of you have the opportunity to ever buy those, but those were the best. And my muso, who we used to call Chichi, would cut that bacon in really thick slices. And we would eat that, and we would just devour it. And so I had to get up because I needed to eat that bacon. So I'm a real breakfast eater as a result of that. So just hold that image for a moment, the warm kitchen, the safety, the language, because the contrast between that world and what I met at my first day is what shaped me so profoundly. Decolonizing education is not a theory we debate in seminar rooms, nor is it a paragraph tucked into a policy document or a land acknowledgement spoken once and then set aside. And we all know about those land acknowledgements at our institutions. You know, they're not memorized even, they're written, and it's the same thing over and over again. And I keep thinking, if you're going to keep talking about the land that you're on, then I shouldn't be paying taxes, should I? And you know, sometimes I want to say that out loud, and I think I've said that to the dean a couple of times, but I don't know what those land acknowledgements really mean, and sometimes they frustrate me. Decolonization education is lived. It is embodied in the way we enter a classroom, in whose knowledge we center, and whose stories we call core, and whose we quietly label supplemental. It is felt, deeply felt, in the smallest moments of a child's day. So really, decolonization is a feeling. It's not something that we need to, you know, theorize about in our head. This work, when we see decolonization in action, this work is present in the hallways, when a child hears their language spoken with pride instead of corrected with shame. It lives on the playground when their name is pronounced properly, not shortened, or made easier for someone else's comfort. It shows up in a way a teacher responds to behavior, the way that they see the trauma that that child is carrying, the way that they lift up that child when the child is having a really rough day. These everyday interactions carry the weight of whether a child feels affirmed or diminished. The work is never abstract when you're working within a place of decolonization. It lives in the glances children receive when they raise their hands, in whether their community is spoken of with respect and resilience or framed as a problem to be fixed. It lives in a curriculum that either mirrors their ancestors or erases them entirely. Decolonizing education is expressed in the words spoken to the children and equally in the silences they are forced to carry. Those silences matter. The silences when no one explains the treaties, the silences when residential schools are reduced to a single paragraph, the silence when Indigenous children sit in classrooms that feel like someone else's home. Decolonizing education requires us to confront and disrupt those silences. It is about structurally shifting that power. It asks us to move from inclusion to belonging, from token representation to right presence, from accommodations to genuine transformation. So we've heard about reconciliation, we've heard about, the TRC, we've heard about indigenizing the academy, and but you only see little pockets of it. And I think, we have a long ways to go in that area, but because I really believe that it's because of this next generation. Like I look at the chief here and I think, he's a younger man who's really making a big difference in the world because he speaks so openly. When we were younger, we would never go out and talk about decolonization because we would be shot down. And of course, back then we didn't have the tools to come back with, whatever the response was. So, those are the kind of things I think about. In other talks, I often say that we can't transform education without understanding the emotional and spiritual realities that our children carry in the classroom. Their experiences, their histories, their fears, and their brilliance walk in with them before any lessons begin. What I'm about to share next is the story of the moment I first learned the truth, a moment that revealed just how deeply schooling can wound a child's spirit when educators don't see the fullness of who these children are. It's an experience that stayed with me, that unsettled me, and that ultimately shaped the direction of my entire life's work. It taught me that teaching is not an intellectual practice. It's an emotional and spiritual responsibility. It taught me why centering places of safety, recognition, and belonging is not optional for our children. It's essential. So I offer this story to you not as a simple anecdote, but as a teaching about identity and how fragile it could be in the face of systems that do not have room for Indigenous children to be themselves. A teaching about belonging and how profoundly it changes a child's ability to learn, to grow, and to feel whole. And a teaching about why this work, the work of decolonizing, transforming, and reclaiming education matters so deeply. When we understand what is at stake, when we truly grasp the weight that children carry, we become accountable for creating classrooms where spirits are protected, affirmed, and strengthened. It's my hope that as you listen, you hold not only my experience, but the experiences of children in your own classroom and communities, children who may be carrying similar stories in their hearts. And I know many of you know this. I know many of you take care of those children's spirits, but I just want to share this story with you because it's something that has stayed with me. I'm almost at retirement now, but the story still lives within my body. So I'm going to just share a little bit about this. I wrote this about 25 years ago when I was doing my doctoral work, and sometimes I pull it out because it reminds me of sometimes how far we come, or sometimes it reminds me of how far we still have to go. Once upon a time, I can't wait, that was all her mother heard for several days before school started. And then it was finally here, the first day of school. Ever since her brother started going to school 2 years ago, she longed for this experience. She wanted to be a big girl going to that big school. She spent so much time dreaming about the fun she would have and about thinking about the numerous friends she would make. She would learn to read and write, and as soon as she could do that, she was going to read bedtime stories to her sister and baby brother. Today she awoke very early, unable to sleep another wink. She had carefully laid out her new clothes by the bedside the night before and thought about how beautiful she would look in that new outfit. At the crack of dawn, she jumped out of bed and into her new clothes. Admiring herself in the tiny mirror that hung over the dresser, she was beautiful. She thought she was so beautiful. She was sure her friends would think so as well. They probably would ask her where she bought those nice black shiny shoes, and she would tell them. By the time her mom awoke, she was already dressed, washed, and ready to go. She nibbled on her cereal and watched the clock in anticipation. Finally, it was time for her and her brother to leave. She giggled as the big yellow bus approached. This is going to be the best day of my life, she thought as she climbed aboard. The school doors look so huge, but she is not scared because she is a big girl now. And today she was going to make some new friends, little girls, who would become her best friends. Immediately, her eyes set in on two pretty little girls with beautiful bows in their hair. The girls seemed to be having such a good time. They were smiling and obviously enjoying each other's company. She walked up to them slowly. She smiled her biggest smile, but they didn't smile back. All of the children who moments ago were having such a good time dropped whatever they were doing and fell silent. They stood very still, and they just watched as the children from her bus walked by. There was not a sound, not a smile, not a nod. There was nothing. And then it started, roars of laughter followed by some ugly words. These words hurt, and she could feel them settling in the pit of her stomach. Tears blurred her eyes, but she was not going to cry. Why are they laughing? What are they saying? Are they laughing at us? Are they laughing at me? How can they be laughing at me? Look how nice I look. Look at my nice, new, shiny shoes. Are they laughing at me? You know that moment really cracked something open for me. I later wrote about this in my doctoral work as a failure of the system in the area of cultural identity development. But as a 6-year-old child, I didn't have those words. What I did understand deep in my little body was that being Native made me stand apart. And in that place, apart felt like I was unwanted. From that day forward, school no longer felt like a place of possibility. It became a place of shrinking, of pulling pieces of myself inward to stay safe, a place of hiding who I was and surviving what I had to endure. Imagine that, had to endure this for another 12 years. I learned to navigate classrooms with caution, always aware that any expression of my identity could invite judgment, correction, or shame. The very system that was supposed to nurture my growth instead taught me to be silent. And the most painful truth is that this is not an experience frozen in my childhood. Many children today continue to encounter these same wounds, moments when they are treated as lesser than non-Indigenous peers, and their identities questioned, diminished, or erased. These harms accumulate over time, shaping how children see themselves and what they believe they deserve. The system continues to fall short in ways that reverberate through generations, reminding us why the work of restoring identity, belonging, and cultural strength in education remains so urgent. One truth I carry from that early wounding is children know when they don't belong. They definitely do. They sense it immediately, their bodies and their heart, in their bodies and in their hearts, in their spirit and in their spirits. A quiet child is not just a shy child. They might be frightened. A child could be in survival mode. And you know, I was really thinking a lot about this when I was writing my brother's eulogy just a little while ago, like less than a month ago. And my brother had a Bachelor of Arts degree, or a Bachelor of Social Work degree, and he also had a Cree degree. And he used to teach at Blue Coals College. And I never realized that as a 6-year-old child, my father died when he was 6 years old, but I never realized that he carried that weight with him into his 50s. What's that? 2 minutes? Oh my God. I'm not even halfway through. Oh my goodness. Yeah, so I think about those things, and I think about the wounds that those children that are coming into your classroom carry. So let's, you know, as we walk back into our classroom, let's think about that. I also think that children need something more. One of the things that I often say as an educator is, you know how when children are going back to school, we need to spend those first 2 weeks just getting to know the child. Let them play. Let them get to know each other. Let them do fun things rather than worrying about that curriculum. I think that's probably one of the most important things that we could do for a child. Yeah, I have so much more to say, but it looks like I'm already out of time. And I really wanted to talk to you a little bit about ATEP, because it is a passion of mine. But there's a couple of things I want to say, and we're going to do a presentation this afternoon about ATEP. But ATEP has come a long ways from the first time that we ever started ATEP. We have opened pathways for students who would never have gone to university. We have graduated students from the program that probably would have never been admitted, but we've opened pathways for them to come in, and we've also done something very different at the University of Alberta. You know how institutions have this prior learning assessment recognition when they can bring in transfer credit from other courses? Well, what we did is we opened up a language PLAR, which means that if you are a language speaker, if you have been working as an Oskapio, we will bring you in and give you 30 credits of advanced standing. And that is something that's new right across Canada and nationally as well, internationally as well. So I'm just going to end with something here is, again, I just want to I want you to ask yourself, does the child who comes to your classroom feel safe? Do they hear their languages in your school? Do they feel the land beneath their feet? Do they feel loved? Do they feel seen? Because this is decolonization. This is our work. This is our responsibility. To all the educators, elders, parents, and knowledge keepers gathered here today, thank you. Thank you for the work that you do. Thank you for creating spaces where our children can thrive, where their identities are honored, and where their spirits can shine. One of the things that I say is, I want to leave this world remembered for the work that I've done in the Aboriginal teacher education program and the work that I've done with families. I want my children to be able to say, or my grandchildren, my chapans now, to be able to say, my kukum did this work. I'm really, really happy that my kukum has opened a space for us so I don't have to fight. And I always go back to those people at Blue Quilts who prayed for me. I hope that the prayers that I lift for the children, the work that I do, is going to have a major impact on their lives so they can come up like Kesley and be really, really confident when they go to school. Ai hai kna naskom now au kakiao. Ai hai.
Amazing, amazing. I think Dr. Chris Scribe and also Chief Evan Tapetat's going to make a presentation here today. And I have to say, it's an honor to have Dr. Steinhauer here and sharing her experience and being able to share, you know, what we understand to be the embodiment of strength, knowledge, leadership. And her voice, again, reminds us that Indigenous knowledge systems are living and that they're essential to the future of our education systems. Her persistence in facing the historical and ongoing barriers reflect deep strength in her community, culture, and responsibility to future generations. Her contribution continues to be recognized and honored, and I want to remind her that you are essential to these conferences. Your voice is important, and that you belong here, and that you have so much to offer, that people here, just your presence here, you know, reminds us that we are on a path and being able to make change in which you lead. Thank you very much. Some key things to remember there from her presentation is that we got to think about the future. So think about a succession plan. Remember that decolonization in education is lived. Dr. Steinhauer, again, you know, thank you so much for sharing your experience. And right now, we want to make sure that we're doing our due diligence and giving some housekeeping information. Just a reminder that we can hear conversations up here all the way in the back corners there. And so just a reminder that we're being respectful and mindful to our presenters as they're up here speaking and doing our best. And if you need a break, there is a space back there where you can support vendors also. We have vendors back there who would love to speak to you and you know, share your money with. And so go back there and see them too. So we got lots of vendors back there. We also have some issues with parking. If you're parked up around a little roundabout there, there's a possibility that you could get towed. So park in the parking lot. So if you have a friend that you came with, you know, maybe they offered you a ride, be kind and let them know that, okay, maybe we're not supposed to park here. Let's park in the parking lot. So head over there. And so I'm going to turn it over to Kunis. She's got a few things also to add. But we have breakout sessions starting up very soon at 10 a.m.
Yeah, just quickly, before we move into the next part of our agenda here, we have door prize tickets. They will be handed out, or you can pick them up at the vendor entrance. Right now we have green and yellow. There will be a big prize drawn at lunch that'll be donated by Connexus. So can we give a round of applause for the Connexus staff and workers?
Hold up, before we do that, I want to make acknowledgement to Colonel Packett. I think he's here with the snowbirds. Yeah, let's give him a big round of applause. Yeah. You want to stand up? Yeah, all the cookums. He's got a kissing booth in the back there. Yeah. Just kidding. And he's a snowbird here, so but he's not giving any free rides today. So, and oh, that's not Tom Cruise. Yeah.
Yeah, so please take a quick break. The sessions begin at 10. You have about 8 minutes, so we'll see you guys shortly.
All right, so as we know, breakout sessions are getting started. The main stage is also known as the theater, and so if you're still looking for the main stage, that's the theater, all right? Looks like we got a key turned in here. It's probably for rental, all right? And it's for a Ford Escape, so if you got a Ford Escape that's missing a key, we have it up here. If it's not here, we probably took it on a joyride. We'll be back, though.
For those of you that are here for the traditional game session, you may want to come a little closer to the front just because there'll probably be some people coming in and out and you'll be able to hear and see better if you're closer to the front. So traditional games, feel free to come a little closer up.
Good morning, everybody. This is the session on traditional games in the classroom. My name's Ryan Hall from Chief Kakawishtal Community School, and it's my pleasure to introduce Lamar Oskakewawin, who will be doing our presentation today. Lamar's been at our school a few times, and I know when I look at his session topic here, it's got lots of good teacher language about, learning and numeracy and problem solving and all those good things. But the only thing I know about when Lamar comes to our class or to our schools with our students, there's just a lot of laughter. There's a lot of fun, a lot of engagement, and there's probably a lot of learning hidden in there, but the kids are too busy having fun to notice. So I'm really looking forward to Lamar giving us some of his ideas for traditional games and how we can implement them in the classroom.
Well, tanse kiwao, Lamar Sasakiwian, and the Sigasun, the Gwandakawachi News Team. My name is Lamar Sasakiwian. I'm originally from Sweetgrass, and I don't know who I'm talking to. Okay, right here. I'm going to concentrate on you guys. So if anyone in the back, if you want to join, you have to come over here. Yeah, Astamik, Semak. Okay, I've been a teacher. I usually say since the late 1900s. I graduated from ITEP in '96, and I've been in education since then. I teach mostly middle grades, grade 7, 8, and I do what's called land-based learning. And I was doing land-based learning before they called it land-based learning. What we called it back then is we're going outside. And what my belief is that when you're taking kids outside, that's the real classroom. That's where real learning happens. And I also believe everybody's an educator. I believe that. Not only us as teachers, the EAs, they're educators as well. The elders are educators. The staff at the schools are educators. The maintenance, the janitors, everybody's an educator. We're all here for the same reason, to help these young people grow, because to be honest, they're replacing us. All right? So there's going to be a day where I'm gone, eh? And who's going to take over when I'm gone? So I want to share with you some of what we call traditional games and how we use them in a classroom. One of the things I would suggest, like, these are just suggestions, so feel free to like modify. It's okay. Like, you don't have to follow like exactly this way. And I don't have these written down. I don't write them down, because I believe that if I write them down, it's like I'm taking ownership. I'm not. I'm not. I'm just here to share what I learned growing up, and from there, what I'm hoping for is a conversation when you go home, 'cause your home fires. Then you can say, "Hey, this really young-looking guy, this man was telling us about these traditional games, and he showed us this one there, and I think I remember this one." And then you can show it. Then you can have a conversation. Have a conversation of the games that I can show you, and some of the games that you may know. Like, a lot of you are going to know these games that I'm going to show you, but I want to emphasize that we can still use them in a classroom setting. And we can use them in math. We can use them for ELA. We use them for science. Okay? There's excuse me if I'm talking too fast. I have like this much information. I have this much time. So you have to excuse me if I'm talking fast. And the Think Indigenous, they have my contact information. If you have any questions after, like if you're on Instagram, if you are, if not, get your Nusamak or your kids to put you on that. If I have any problems with my phone, I just give it to my daughter. She fixes it for me. But if you on Instagram, just type in traditional native games, all one word there, and you'll see me popping up. So if you have any questions, you can message on there. I'm trying to figure out where to start. Start with these. This bag. And in the bag here are these here. This is a red willow. These red willows here. Now is a good time to harvest these because you can spot them easy in the snow, and you want to dry these out. We use these for medicine too. I remember we used to pick them. We used to use our thumbnail and used to scrape the bark off, and we use this for medicine for headaches because this contains salicin, and salicylic acid is what is the ingredient in aspirin. But we're not using it for medicine. We're going to use these for teaching, all right? Teaching here. And I strongly suggest you take your students out, just go for a walk and go harvest as many of these as you can. If you're asking, how many should I get? This many. Let's get a bag, fill up these bags. And if you're asking, well, how long are the sticks? This long. So ones that you can hold in your hand and you could still see them, all right? And don't pick the thick willows. This is not, it's not that kind of willow. Oh, by the way, who understands when I say getting willowed? Just raise your hand. Hey, how many here, to be honest, how many here got willowed when they were young? Just raise your hand. Okay, keep your hands up. Everybody look, those are all the bad kids. Don't listen to them. So anyways, I suggest go harvest these as many as you can. Take your kids, model the protocol. Take the tobacco, put it down. Have them say something, like a quick prayer. Somebody asked me, like how does the prayer go? And I said, well, to be honest, in English, the shortest prayer is only 2 words. It's thank you. You just see in a nanaskumon, 1 word. That's all you have to do. You're thanking this because it's going to help you teach, right? We're using the earth, Mother Earth, to help us teach. So you got to thank. You got to pay the price. So you do that. You get as many of these as you. Oh, sorry. You got as many of these as you can. And I'm gonna demonstrate. I'm gonna focus on numeracy. Those that want to teach math, numeracy. I'm gonna show you a few games you can play with just these to teach numeracy. And back in 2007, around there, they were rewriting the curriculum because they wanted to include Indigenous content. So they went subject by subject. ELA, that's easy, Indigenous authors. Social studies, that's easy. It's all, grade 4 is pretty much all Indigenous. Science was a little tougher, but it worked. Numeracy, when it came to numeracy, they said, what's the Indigenous content we could put in math? And we're sitting around going, I don't know. So they gave us an outcome. They gave us an outcome like students are able to skip count to 10, to 20, to even skip counting even numbers. What activity do you have that's Indigenous? Then we were like, I don't know. So well, what about counting by fives, counting by tens? What about subetizing? What about subtraction? What about adding? What about estimation? What about probability? What do you guys have for that? Then we were like, I don't know. And then what we said is that, why don't we just flip this around? Instead, we'll show you a game, and then you can tell us the math that's in it. And so we gave an example. Like what I have here, these willows here, I have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 20. So I have 20 right here. By the way, according to our math, we're a base 10 culture. We're a base 10 culture because I can see 10. Eh? We're a visual. If you're Inuit, you're base 20. You put your feet up. You see 20. If you look at how they do the math, it works. It works. It's funny, but it works. Eh? But we're a base 10 math. We're a base 10 math, and I use 20 because it gives the students a bit of a challenge. So what I also have here, when I'm harvesting the willows, I take a whole bunch of the willows that I'm not using, I make a whole bunch of markers. A lot of these. A lot of these. Right. Way later. Yeah. Wait. So you get a whole bunch of these. Eh? These are just markers to keep score. Right. So what I would suggest is that you divide your group your class into groups of 3. Groups of 3, and one person holds these willows, the holder, all 20. In between, and have them sit in a triangle. Have them sit in a triangle, and in the middle of the triangle, put three of these in the middle, okay? So you have the one holding the willows, you have one person here, you have one person here, and these 2 people are actually competing to get these 3. Okay? So you put them in the middle. The person holding the willows puts them in the back like this, and then they bring them out like this. The person here tells you, will say as fast as they can, how many sticks in this hand. The person here would say how many sticks in this hand. The number that I hear first, that's the one I count. So if I went like this and this person says 10 real fast there, and this person says 8, but I hear 10 first, so I'm going to go with 10. So then I count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They got it wrong, so nobody gets anything. Nobody gets anything. So we try it again. Mix them around. Then they bring them out real fast. And then this person here, real fast, says 9. This person says 11. But I hear 9 first. So then I count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I know. 9. So this person got it right. Even though this person got it right, this person said it first. So this person would get one of the markers. They get a marker. Then we play this again, and this person gets it right. They get the second marker. So we play this again, and this person gets it right. So now we have 2 markers and 1. We play this again, and this person gets it right this time. What happens here is this person simply takes one of their markers, all right? And we play again, and this person gets it right, then they would get the 3rd marker, and then they win. This person wins. Once this person wins, they get the sticks. Okay? And now it's between myself and this person here. Now we're competing. That's how we rotate this, okay? That's one. That's one game. Here's a modification of the same game. So what we're going to do, we have 20. I take away 1. So now we have 19 now. We play the same game. And when I bring them out like this time, what these 2 are going to do is that they're going to point. Use this way or this way. Here's the old hand game. You can't do this. You can't. That'll be one way. That'll be one way. And what they're going to do is they're going to point to which one holds the even number of sticks. Okay? So if they point to this one, if they both point to this one, I decide who pointed first. Okay? And then you would count by twos to see 2, 4, 6, 8, and you know what I mean. Then they get the marker. So, oh, by the way, one of the reasons why we do Indigenous games, why do we do this? First of all, the games because they're fun. The second is they're teaching skills to survive. So if you're wondering this, what does even numbers have to do with survival? What does it got to do? Well, it's in the more along the lines of protocol. Like where I'm from, for example. Where I'm from, whenever we have a feast, we have like a even number of servers. Okay? So and like when you're constructing a lodge, the even numbers. So even numbers come up. Okay? So you have to be able to see just by seeing that it's going to be an even number or something's off. So looking at this without counting is called subetizing. Okay? That's what they're learning here. So the odd and even. So for the first game. Oh, by the way, when going back to the first game, I just forgot to mention this. We go like this. This person says 9. Blah 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 blah. There's only 8. Then you ask the question, how many are there left over? Then they say 12. The reason why you do that is that now they know what 12 looks like. Okay? They're practicing their subetizing skills. If you wonder why is subetizing important, okay? You drive home, hey, I just saw a bunch of elk in the field. How many? I don't know. I don't know. It was more than 2. Yeah, I guess so. So yeah, you have to know. You have to see the number, say the number. Very important. So there's that odd even one. Here's another the kids like, is that I put on here just a little elastic on this one, a colored elastic. I put it on here. What I would do is you take it off. You take it off here, and then you put it onto another stick. And then after I do put it onto another stick, I bring them out like this, and make sure you cover the elastic band, And then one person, you go to one person, you can still have that group of 3. Worse than a group of 3. Go to one person, and then what they would do, they would pick them out one by one until they get to the elastic one. The thing is, you don't want the elastic one, all right? So I go like this. On 2, So what I would do is I would take this one off, put it around, and then this one, she would have to beat 2, right? This one here, in numeracy, it's called probability, estimation, counting by ones. It's subtracting by ones. So, also with this, leaving that elastic on that stick, what you would do is you take one of the willows out. Well, not that one. One of the willows out. This one here, the slender one. And there are many ways to play this one, but I would suggest to try this way. Okay? And this is one version of pickup sticks. Okay? What they would do is they stand together, then they fall together. And using this, I might as well go up here. Using this, and only this, you have to remove the sticks one at a time. One at a time like this there. Until you get the one with the elastic. Okay? But when you're doing this, nothing else can move. If any of the sticks move even a little fraction, then you're out. And you gotta start all over. Okay? So when you're doing this, when you have the kids doing this, just tell the kids, be honest. Eh? You're no longer friends. Eh? You're not cousins anymore. So you're just and you have to call them out. And the math that's in that, well, what's the math in that, is actually one of the most important ones. And that is problem solving. Problem solving. You give them a problem, and they look at it, and they have to analyze. When they know what the problem is, they have to analyze what are they going to do first. That's the one thing as educators, when we're marking our students for our math, the answer is 3, they put 4, they get that big X because they got it wrong, then they feel bad. Okay? But sometimes what we overlook is that we have to ask, what were you trying to do? What were you trying to do? I was trying to do this. Well, actually, you know what? That's the right thing you were supposed to do. You did the right thing. You know what the plan was. You had a good plan. You had the right plan. You have to work on your execution of that plan. I think some of you know that if you go to No Frills, and you only got like $20 in your account, and you want to grab a couple things, and you want to grab that little chocolate bar they have, eh? You put that chocolate bar on there, then you look at them adding up there, and think, oh man, I don't know if I have enough. And then you realize you don't have enough, so you put the chocolate bar back, and then you could, just by looking, you could see all those other chocolate bars that are in the wrong place, because everyone else did that same thing too, eh? So the math that we do, even at our age, we still get the execution wrong, and that's okay. It's totally fine. What we should be focusing on is, what was their plan? What were you trying to do? That's what we should be focusing on. Because the thing about math was that math is considered a noun. It's considered a noun. Today in math, we're going to do this. Next week in math, we're going to do this. We're going to do long division in math next month. In math, I want you guys to know this. It's a noun. But in our culture, it's a verb. Like, what do you want me to do? What do you want me to do with these? Or what do you... What do you want me to do with these? Are you going to take some away? Are you going to add some more to it? Do you want me to divide them up? Are you going to give me the same amount of these? Okay? Are you going to give me another handful? How many handfuls? Okay? So in our culture, it's a verb. What do you want me to do? Tell the kids. Well, they're going to look at the sticks. Sure, what am I going to do with these? Then you tell them, eh? And here's another one too for the kids. And you have them balance at the back of their hand like this. Balance at the back of their hand. And think about this. Think about this. 2 plus 2 equals 4. Just put that in your head, see? You can see the numbers, the 2, then the plus, then the 2 equals 4. You know what the 2 means? You know what the plus means? There's going to be more. How many more? 2 more. Then equals 4. That equal sign, what does equal sign actually mean? What does it mean? Same as. This is the same as that. 2 plus 2 is the same as 4. Can you prove it? Yeah, here's 2, put them together, there's 4. Okay. Look at the magic here. This and this is this. Yeah. See the magic, eh? So, to represent the equal sign, have them do this. Wherever the stick is touching their skin, that's the equal sign. Because if I push it over a little bit, the stick starts to kind of move. If I pull it some more, then what am I doing? Is I'm adjusting my hand for that balance. I'm looking for balance. Sometimes in math, we have to rephrase what we want the kids to do. One of the rephrases we should be doing is balance the equation. don't just solve for X. I don't care what my X is doing. So no, you're not just solve for X. You're there to balance the equation. That's what you want them to do. And have them do this, balance the equation. And once they get that, then make them catch. And put it on the other hand. And put it in the other hand, and then they catch it. If they can do that, you get 2 sticks. Okay? Put on the back of your hand like that. Yeah. And just see how many they can go up to. Okay? And they'll really try hard there. So these here, what I just showed you, you learn addition, subtraction, estimation, subetizing, probability, and problem solving with just these. All right? Like these are not expensive. Just go for a walk. Eh? Whatever that costs. Eh? And in our culture, we use what's around us. And I think you all understand what I say. When we move from one place to another, it's easier to move with less stuff. Okay? So when it comes to this, when we're going to move from one camp to another, we don't need to take these. Wherever we go, we'll probably find these. And everybody here, if you want to find these, just go down any road. Eh? Look for water. Eh? You'll find these. Also, in our culture, this is one of my auntie stories. My auntie's there at the feast. My aunties always try and get the rabbit soup. In the rabbit soup, they're always trying to get the skull. Okay? And here's a rabbit skull. Okay? And when they get the rabbit skull, they're trying to get the brains. Okay? They get the brains, they put it on bannock, okay? And they tease each other. I got the brains, and they put it on, they eat. But they keep these. They keep these skulls. And I can actually remember this. They get clear. They're all playing cards at the table. And the top half of the room is smoke. They're smoking cigarettes. And they take a break from that, and one of them will grab the skull. And what they would do is they would take the skull, and actually, you know what? I got a bigger one so you can see. Yeah. I usually tell people in Sweetgrass, this is how big our rabbits are. But what they would do, they would take the rabbit skull, they put it upside down, and they would spin it, and they would ask the rabbit something. Wapus, wapus, wapus. Ona maga we check it. Ona kiasket, eh? Mawiak. Or you just ask the rabbit, wapus, wapus, ona maga emiusit. Who's the most beautiful? It doesn't lie. So if one of the things you want to teach is language, especially adjectives, here's a good one for them. Here's a good review for them. So they have fun with this one. I was doing this in Little Pine, and I had the kids in a circle, and there was one of the boys trying to be a smart aleck. I said, okay, so what should we ask the rabbit? And this boy here said, who's the gayest? And I said, holy. So I pointed a rabbit to him. and everybody got it. They're all looking at him there. So what are you not telling us? They said. But like I said, oh, by the way, this was 3D printed. So if your school has a 3D printer, you can create these. Otherwise, you gotta get your own rabbits. So what I have here, I also have here, it's hard to see. Oh, by the way, I'll be sticking around for a few minutes here, if you want to come up here later. But we have these, we call these Tsitsuwan tops. We have different styles of tops. And here's the tops that we use when you're teenagers. And we took this one and we played it on the ice at the creek near my dad. Between our house and then, Henry Whitecalf's, there's a creek. We cleared it for hockey. And then after a while, because our sticks break or we lose all the pucks, we bring these ones out. And we use this and a whip. And we spin this on the ice. And as it's spinning, you whip, you keep whipping it. Eh? And what we do, we race across the ice. And it was late Smith Atamoyo from Little Pine. He was saying that. They played that too. They would race across the ice with these tops, trying to knock each other's over too. So the reason I brought this one up is because this is a reminder of, I'm not trying to be a downer, but this is also a reminder of like the residential schools. And there was, I think, late Stan Cuthand, Stan the Man, he was talking about these tops, and they would go to the residential schools, and these would be taken away from them. So the kids would bring these toys with them to these schools, and but if they get caught with them, they get taken away, they get punished, So Stan said, when after lights out, they all meet in a corner and they all start having little competitions, and they would make their own tops. My dad used to take a nail and put it right through those old school spools, and they'd use shoelaces, they use whatever, And the place, this is called a game piece. These are all game pieces. The place that has the most game pieces in the world is the Vatican, because of residential schools. They took all these things, these game pieces away, and they archived them. And we know that because they told us. There's over 244,000 game pieces that they have. So we said, well, just give them back. They're not even yours. And so they said, they only gave us a little bit. They only gave us a few, and they said they wanted to keep the rest. I don't know why. Anyways, but the point is, you know what? We made them here. Well, we'll just remake them. So this is an old game that the trappers still play up north when they have the trappers festivals, and they call this the bone game, where they try and shoot. Right, first try. So it's like a pro. I would suggest that you have these made, and actually, look in here. Actually, you can have them made. It must be in here. And here it is. Here's another version of it. Here's another version of it. The same game, where there's a different scores to it, and they try and shoot. Oh, there's a wind. There's a wind there. Oh, they would try and get a score, And what I would suggest is have them play this game, keeping their scores. And what you're doing is you're just simply collecting data. There's one of our games here. I'm trying to look for it here. Oh, here it is. And where we use deer antlers. This is a deer antler. You take the deer antler, and then you slice it like bologna, And not like bologna. I just think bologna, not thin, thick slices. And these are there's 5 of them. 1, 3. And they would take these 5, and then you roll them out. You roll them out like this there, and there's a scoring system to it. It's either 0, 1, or 2. I would suggest you get the kids into groups of 4 or 5 and let them play this. Okay? It's a race to 10. Who can get to 10 first? If you get 0, you have to pass it on to the next person. What I did for my grade 7, 8 class, at the beginning of the unit called graphing, is I had them play this game. There was a group of 5. I still remember this because Renee, one of my students, she does really poorly in math. Just had trouble all year. I always have to work extra with her. So I had them play this game, and she was in that group, and she was just into this game. Everyone is going fast there. Then I let them play for a few minutes. Then I stepped into their circle, and I asked Renee, I said, hey, what's your score? She said, I got 3. Anybody beating you? I said, yeah, these guys did. That one has 5, that one has 6 there. Are you beating anybody? She said, yeah, these ones got 0. And then just real proud, eh? And then after a while, what I had her do is I had her represent that data to me by the names and the scores. And so when she did, she just wrote the names and she just wrote a numerical number. I asked her, is there another way? So she put the names at the bottom and she put the numbers on the top. Okay, is there another way? So I kept asking her, are there other ways? That was my point. There's other ways of representing data. So eventually she got to a bar graph, and she eventually made a pie graph. Okay? So all of that just by playing this game. And the reason why she was so engaged in that is because it was hers. That was her score. She was invested in that game. She knew everyone's scores. So I put the stuff away. We used the resource at the time was Jump Math. We were using Jump Math. Went back into that, started going into in doing our thing. About a month later, she asked me, hey, can we play that game again? I said, yeah, sure. Then she got the same ones together, and she knew everyone's scores still. Because nobody got to 10 yet, eh? She wanted to win. Eh? So it validated my point is that when the young people, young kids there, when they collect the data on their own, they're gonna hold on to it more because it's theirs. It's not just us giving, here, I'll give you a 5 and a 6 there, you gotta do something with it. They're gonna think, I don't care. But if it's their stuff, if it's their score that they did on their own, they're gonna wanna do something with it. So, and obviously the competitive side in all of us, we all wanna win. So that's what I found when I was playing that game, is that when it comes to the unit on graphing is simply representing data. That's all it is. So we can use these games to collect data and let them showcase that data. By the way, there's another one real quick here. I don't know how much time I got. 7 minutes. I'm just starting too, what the heck. All right, so what I have here are stones. Okay. You know, I'll just use the antlers. You guys can't see anyway, so. What I would do is, remember the first game with the Willows? So you have to guess how many? You do the same thing, but with stones. Okay? What you do, you take the stones, you just mix them around, and then you roll them out. And the 2 people have to guess the number of stones before they stop moving. All right? That's very important. If they stop moving, no score. Doesn't count. These games that I showed you, they're not counting games. You don't. If I hold it up like this, okay, they're not going to just stare at it because you know they're trying to count. That's not the point. We're not here to. This is not what it's for. You should be able to see the number, say the number. So when it comes to these stones, what I do is I roll them out. By the way, there's 6, right? Just so we know here. Here is a quick assessment that you can do that I've done before. I take one-on-one with a student. I have 6 stones here, and I ask them, how many are there? Well, there's 6. Well, how do you know that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, cool. Is there a way that they can be in groups of the same number. And what they would do, and then I would say, just move them around, use your hands there, show me. So what I did, just so you can see, well, you can't see, but I put them into 2 groups. Then I asked the student, how many groups are there? Well, there's 2. How many in each group? Well, there's 3. Then I asked, is there another way? All right, then they'll watch them move it around, and I'll say, okay, there. How many in each group? 2. How many groups are there? 3. Said, is there another way? And they put them all together. Now there's 1 group. How many in that group? 6. Now, with this one here, you can get away with 1 being a plural, 1 being a group. So when I mentioned that, what the student did, it separated them, and now there are 6 groups of 1. So 6 groups of 1, 2 groups of 3, 3 groups of 2, 6 groups of 1, 1 group of 6. What math is that? That's multiplying. It's the groundwork, it's the foundation for multiplying, all right? And if I add 1 more, if I added 1 more stone to it, there's 7. Now there's only 2 possibilities. 7 groups of 1 or 1 big group of 7. Now we're introducing the concept of prime numbers. So we can do the foundation for multiplication with stones, and also the foundation of prime numbers with the same stones. Oh, by the way, when you're doing this, please do not say, we're going to do math. If you do that, you just killed it, right? So, by the way, when you quick word of advice for educators here, when you're teaching math at the beginning, very beginning, ask the students this, and I'm going to ask you all the same question. Raise your hands if you like math. Look at that. Just by doing my math, I didn't know there's less than half of you. So, and that's normal. That's totally normal. Then you have to get them to understand that math is everywhere. They have to understand that. In our culture, we use our body as a unit of measurement. Like I'll stand here so you can see me. Our target games, if I stand here, if I take 1, 2 strides away, the distance I just covered is my body height, right? Using, I teach my land-based students how much time we have left in the sun. The bottom of the sun to the horizon, every finger is 15 minutes. If you want to measure the height of a tree, use a stick. Okay? You take the stick, and if the tree is right here, you keep going like this, and you keep backing up until you can see the top of the tree at the top of the stick, and the bottom of the stick at the bottom of the tree. Then you put the stick down, then you measure the distance from the stick to the tree, and it's actually the height of the tree. Okay? Well, some old school for you. So, and that's what I wanted to end with, is that those old school teachings there are still relevant today. They're still relevant today. You don't need a big budget to do that, eh? There wasn't, all of this here didn't cost too much. Just an effort to go out and get it. So what I'm saying is that we should go back to using the old school. Like this one, I'm going to end with this one here. I always end with this one. See this here, this string game? How many remember this one? Yeah. Remember this one here, eh? Yeah. For those, raise your hand if you played this game before. Yeah. Wait, raise your hand if you've played this game in the past year. Hey, there's less people, eh? How many have not played this for at least 5 years? Just raise your hand. See, look how many right there. Look, see how many that is? One of the things, what's stopping us from bringing this back? Okay? What's stopping us from bringing this back? Okay? Put away the iPad, bring this out. I remember my late Newcomb, late Annie Whitecalf, Gagitit. She used to play that game with me, and we go back and forth. And then after a while, she would tell me things. Wait, 1 minute. No. He's going like this to me. Hey. Hey, he's trying to say he didn't. Hey, I saw that though. So, but my late Cookham would say that where your house is, there were poplar trees, but they were far apart. And your auntie's house, Aunt Elsie, the house before that, there were trees there, but they're really close together as if they grew from one root. That was over 45 years ago that she told me that. And I remember that because we were playing that game. While I was playing that game, my hands were busy and my ears perked up. Just remember that. If you want a good rapport if you want to talk to a student, use that. Get their hands busy. Their ears perk up. All the dads out there, that's why you play catch with your son. Okay? You play catch, you let their guard down, then you can have a real talk with them. I have much more to say, but I got to cut it off here. So I want to thank you all. I hope you guys learned something there, and good luck.
All right, thank you very much, Lamar. I'm sure everybody really enjoyed that session, learned some great things. As Lamar said, he's going to be up here for a few minutes if you want to come check out some of his other toys. On behalf of Think Indigenous, just have this beautiful print that we'd like to give to Lamar, and some medicine and appreciation for him sharing his knowledge with us today. Thank you, Lamar.
Can I have both? Yeah.
So they're both live right now.
Okay. Check. Got to stand real close. fine. I'm sorry. They just told me to put it on. That's me. They're going to be giving me that outside.
Not even shy about it either.
Hi. Okay.
Somebody has a phone, a Samsung.
Somebody lost the phone. Attention. This young gentleman said somebody lost a phone. Who is that somebody? That fella over there. A Samsung phone. So if you find a Samsung phone, can you take it to that young lady back there? Thank you. Did somebody introduce you? Thank you. Yeah. This is what I do for a living. This is what I do for a living. No, I work for the state of Montana, so I go around and present at different districts. Yeah. Traditional native games. snap out of everybody here. You have 1 minute. Pitagwe, ayape.
Okay, I'm gonna present to you.
Okay.
I'm just gonna give the little intro and then I present to you, then you can start.
Okay, we're ready to go.
Tanse, miao kisikao. Across the medicine line, operationalizing reconciliation through cultural responsive teachings. On behalf of Kakwishau, I'd like to present to you Carrie McNabb.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So I need to pick this mic up. Can you hear me? Testing, testing. Okay. This or this? This one? Okay. It just means that I'm going to have to lean forward a lot, but if I could get this over this way. Okay. Carrie McNabb, Nisiga Sun, George Gordon First Nation, Otsinia, Egwa, Rocky Boy, Montana. I'm a proud Soto Cree. I'm more Soto than I am Cree. However, I grew up with my in-laws in Rocky Boy, Montana, where we were immersed in Cree. I'm not a fluent Cree speaker, but I pretend to try. That's the beginning. So I work for the Office of Public Instruction with the state of Montana. I'm what you call the Indian Ed for All specialist. What this entails is I work with every school district in the state of Montana implementing Indian Ed for All, Indigenous ways of knowing. So I have a lot of slides. I was up till like 12:30 last night eliminating slides because they said we only have 50 minutes, and I cut it down to 77 slides. So, yay! So before we begin, because I'm not sure, I'll probably have to rush through the last few slides. Here is my personal email address, mcnabbcarrie1@gmail.com. My work email is carrie.gopher@montana.gov, and my cell phone, 406-399-4292. I will also be showing you before I begin how to get to our website, our landing page, because like I said, I'm going to try to get through this as quickly as possible. I hope the link works. Yes, here we go. This is our landing page for the Office of Public Instruction, which is the unit that oversees every school district in the state of Montana. We have so many different departments. It's a employee rate of 300 to 400 employees within our organization. When you go searching for Indian Ed for All, you will come to our landing page here, where within our unit, oh God, it's not gonna work. My buddy back there, he asked me if there was a link, and I said, oh. So I'll just explain it to you. Look for American, our Office of Public Instruction, opi.mt.gov, and then you'll get to our landing page where all of our resources will be. That's where we store our resources for our educators. Sorry about that. Okay, before I begin, what drove my work in education? I started out as a bus monitor in Rocky Boy. I went back to school and I received an Associate of Arts in computer software. I soon figured out that, yeah, I don't want to do computers. That's too much work, way too much work. So then I went back and I got an Associate of Science degree in elementary education. I continued my education on at the Montana State University, Northern, and I got a bachelor's degree. I started teaching 3rd grade, then I went back to school for a master's degree, Master of Science in Learning Development. From there, I went on and I'm not doing enough. You know, when you have kids, you want to do more. You want to make sure that you create a safe, nurturing environment for your kids. You want the future to know that they matter. So I go back and I'm like, you know what? Our high school students need a driver's license. So I was crazy enough to pick up a driver's ed endorsement. So imagine driving with 16-year-olds. That's how crazy I was. After I did that, I went back and I picked up a master's degree in educational leadership. I don't put that out there too much because I don't want people to label me as she's not doing the work. I did the work. I spent the time in a 3rd grade classroom, in a 7th and 8th grade ELA classroom, in a 7th and 8th grade mathematics classroom, in a car with 16-year-olds. In a family consumer science room. I was the dean of students. I was the post-secondary ed coordinator. I also dabbled some time with the First Nations University here in Regina as a student director. So I recognize some of the faces out there. I worked for the Office of Public Instruction as an American Student Achievement Director. And then I moved into this position as the Indian Ed for All educator, where I get to work directly with educators. So before I begin, a show of hands. How many administrators do we have in here? Thank you for being here. Thank you so much. How many educators do we have in here? Oh, wow. How many supporting staff? How many tribal council? Well, here we call them, chief and council. Nice. Give yourself a round of applause, please. Give your partner a high five. Because we're all on the same boat fighting the same issues. It doesn't matter if we're in Canada or United States. We are still working for reconciliation, for our identity of who we are. It doesn't matter if I'm in the state of Montana or if I'm stationed here in Saskatchewan. We still have the same issues that we're facing. Fighting for language, fighting for culture, fighting for identity, fighting for the trauma-informed practices. So give yourself another one. I'm so proud of you. We're all in this together. So here's my children. I have 4 children. My oldest is Bubby Gopher, which is on the top here, and then my youngest son is Jarrell Gopher. My youngest daughter is Jana Gopher, and then my 3rd and my 4th, my baby is Kendra Gopher. I have 4 grandchildren. I'm so proud. I'm a proud Nookum. I'm a proud Gookum. I really am. They say when you get to that stage of life that it's different. It definitely is, because my first grandson, he is horrible. I would never allow my kids to do what he does. But grandkids are different. They're like, you know what? They'll get over it. So I'm a proud grandmother. All of my kids are educated. They all graduated with their bachelor's degree. My Jana Hope, who is a survivor of cancer, graduated with her master's degree at 22. So I feel like I did my job as a mother because I'm instilling what matters: culture, identity, and education. So I was having a conversation with Chris because I work virtually for the state of Montana, which means that I do a lot of traveling. So on my off time, on the weekends, I attend powwows. I like to compete. And I met Chris at one of the powwows, and we got to talking about this conference, and he invited me to come and speak, and I was talking to him about the issues we face within the state of Montana, within our education system. So this is why I agreed to come and talk to you and share my knowledge of what we're doing on the opposite side, across the medicine line, and how it correlates to the truth and reconciliation of Canada, of how Montana Indian for All started in 1972. It was a constitutional mandate with our state that Indigenous ways of knowing must be implemented in the classroom. So that's, we have resources for that, and I hope that I can get through all of them, but already I'm talking too much because I was supposed to have 2 minutes on each slide. But hopefully by the end, we get to, I can help you understand, get a better understanding of addressing the historical marginalization within the education system, the differing historical contexts that affect both First Nations and Native Americans of Canada and United States, and then the conceptual and policy connections. That's what I'm hoping to get across here if I quit talking so much. But here we are, the Office of Public Instruction. This is our main office within the capital of Helena. Our capital city is in Helena, Montana, and this is where we are stationed. In front of our capital, we are the only state in United States that houses our tribal flags in front of the capital state to show that they are actually trying to mandate, they're not trying, we are mandating Indigenous knowledge across the state. So one of this we are so proud of is one of our non-Indigenous schools. This is how they implemented the Indigenous ways of knowing in their classroom. They created a seal, a flag. Every state every reservation in the state of Montana has their own tribal seal and their own tribal flag. And they incorporated that into this, this artwork down here. That's IEFA in the classroom. So what is IEFA? It's Article 10 of the Montana Constitution of 1972. The state recognizes the distinct and unique cultural heritage of the American Indians and is committed in its educational goals to the preservation of the cultural integrity. That's the mandate in Montana. It's not we should be doing this, it's mandated across the state. The Indian Education for All, MCA 20-1-501 of 1999. Every Montanan, whether Indian or non-Indian, be encouraged to learn about the distinct and unique heritage of American Indians in a culturally responsive manner. So I like saying that MCA, especially when I'm bellied up to the non-Indigenous people at the White House, because it makes me sound so intelligent. I'm like, I actually know what I'm talking about. So refer back to the MCA 20-1-501. So how many school districts do we serve in the state of Montana? We serve over 400 school districts, K-12. The elementary districts are 240. We have 100 high school districts, and the unified districts are 60. We also have charter schools, but we really don't, we're not mandated to go into those charter schools yet. Oftentimes those chartered schools, they're doing their own thing, and they're doing a wonderful job. I think we were called in at least twice to come and present on how we can implement Indian Ed for All in their classrooms. The Native American population statewide, we have a total of at least 160,000 students we serve. K-12 is up to 145. Of that population, we have about 17,000 Native American students, K-12, in on-reservation school and off-reservation schools. Here is our, whoa. Starting to knock things over there. Let's do this. So here is the Montana map. You can see where I'm from, where I'm not from, my kids are from. We have the smallest reservation. We are that tiny little dot right there, Rocky Boy Reservation in the Bear Paw Mountains. Raise your hand if you've been in Rocky Boy. Ooh, I see family over here. Nice. They come and see me every summer. I have family back there too. But we are the smallest reservation. So here's where we go and get our knowledge from. We set up consultation with each reservation because we don't make this stuff up on our own. We go into each reservation, we go into the Flathead, the Clispe people, and we ask them, what do you want us to serve? What do you want us to teach? outside. What do you want us to teach to the non-Indigenous people? And then we go to the Blackfeet Reservation. We go to the Crow. We go to the Cheyenne. We go to the Fort Peck, the Assiniboine people. We go to Fort Belknap, Hayes. We go to all these different nations, these Native American reservations, and we ask them what they want us to share. And we ask the teachers, because they are the knowledge keepers. We have a what you call an elders committee for the state. And then once we get that information, we go to the knowledge keepers and we ask them what's appropriate. What can we share to our outside? What can we share to the rural community? So one of the Montana Constitution says that every Indigenous and non-Indigenous students must recognize how to say, because it is also in our curriculum, in our standards, every student shall be able to say Blackfeet in their name. Every student has to say, Indigenous or non-Indigenous, has to say Apsalake. They have to recognize them by their tribal nation, not by their reservation name. So you have to say Blackfeet, Piikani, Crow, Apsalake, Flathead, Kalispel, Fort Belknap, Ani, Fort Peck, Assiniboine, Dakota, Northern Cheyenne, Tististis. Try say that. Tististis. So every student has to say that. Rocky Boys, Anishinaabe, Chippewa, and Nehewag. Then we have the Little Shell that was recently recognized as a tribe, but they have no tribal land. They are the Métis people of our Montana state. So how does this correlate with the with your candidates call to, I'm losing my words here. This correlates with number 10 and IEFA. This is how they correlate. So I did a lot of research into this because I want to know what my people, you people in Saskatchewan and Canada, in Alberta, British Columbia are dealing with, and how it correlates to what we're dealing with in the States. So TRC Call 10 demands federal legislation that protects the right to Aboriginal languages and ensures that culturally appropriate curricula are used, which is a big fight across the nation. IEFA explicitly states that every student, whether Indigenous or not, must learn their distinct and unique cultural heritage of American Indians. How does this link together? They are linked together by the Education for Legacy. It just isn't about funding. It's about the content that we're delivering to our peers, that helping our peers understand that we are unique. Yes, I'm from Saskatchewan. Yes, I'm from George Gordon First Nation, but I'm Soto Cree. So that's the distance. I want to be recognized from my tribe, not from my reserve name. So I'm Soto Cree, and I'm proud to say that. The Canada's call for legacy and reconciliation. I only have 20 minutes left, and I'm only into slide 10. I have 77 slides. Oh my God. So the funding part, and then the legislation part. I'm going to quickly go through this. Then you have the language and culture, protecting the rights of our language and our cultural practices. You have the early education, which is a major piece. And go back into my master's degree. When you continue doing something over and over and over and over, it's automatized. You get into your vehicle in the morning and you go to drive to work, it's automatized. Oftentimes you get sucked into whatever you're thinking about, pretty soon you're at work. That's what early education does. You do it over and over and over, and how can you implement our language and our self-identity into that at an early age? How can you continue doing that at grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, all the way up through high school? That's our fight across the nation. How do you how do you create your curriculum? How are you integrating that piece of Indigenous knowledge into your curriculum, into mathematics, ELA, driver's ed? I did a piece on driver's ed of, okay, how long does it take to get from, I'm going from Rocky Boy, and I am going to Blackfoot Indian Days. How much gas am I going to need? I'm going from this reservation to that reservation. That's curriculum. That's curriculum integration. TRC Call 7 calls for a joint strategy to eliminate the educational and employment gaps between Indigenous and non-Indigenous Canadians. What does IEFA say? Indianet for all. Montana's constitutional commitment recognizes that the preservation of Indigenous cultural integrity is implicit in the state's educational goals. So we have to have that in our standardized goals. The link, both frameworks argue that Indigenous students perform better when their culture, when their self-identity is integrated into the classroom. I feel like I'm competing with people here, so I'm starting to yell. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The early childhood piece, TRC calls 11 and 12 focus on adequate funding for First Nation students and the development of culturally appropriate early learning childhood programs, which is a big piece in education. The IEFA encourages tribal involvement in the creation of educational materials to ensure accuracy and sovereignty. The link, both emphasize that, thank you, Dr. Kim, emphasize that the education to be legacy must start early and be guided by the community. Always by the community. We don't do what we do without the tribal nations giving us the go-ahead to continue on sharing their knowledge. So this is what guides our work. Our framework, the teacher background. We can't do any of this without the teachers, without the educators, without the administrators. We go into the classrooms and we ask them, what works for you? What have you done? Here, with your standard, with your mathematics standard, 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever it is, what works with the teacher? I need your information because you have the information I don't. How can I make this work with you? Then we go into the thematic integration. How can this work for the other teachers that are in the non-Indigenous room? We also need the administrative support, the guidance and the policy of each district. And finally, the time. I'm constantly working, I'm constantly on my laptop, I'm constantly doing something. It takes a team to do what we do. We have so many different units within the Office of Public Instruction that are working for the same goal. The IEFA unit, this is our update, this is what we do. As a result of the legislation, we just recently got it passed where we must consult with every tribal nation in the state of Montana. We're increasing our webinars. We're increasing, trying to attempt to increase our funds, constantly fighting, looking for those funds. We have a strategic action plan that we go through. We don't just pull things out of thin air and say, oh, this must work. Every 6 months, we go through our strategic action plan and update it and see where we're at, what goals we met, what goals we need to continue on with. Then we have our professional development. I'm always on the go because we're constantly providing that professional development for our students. And I say students because we're going in to teach with our teachers and educators within the systems of how to implement Indian education for all. The IEFA unit, we have professional development. We hold webinars once a month online. If you're on my Facebook, friend, sometimes I share those webinars. We just got done with a webinar with a museum curator. Amazing lady, amazing, so knowledgeable. She can look at a piece of art, a piece of history, and know what tribal nation it comes from. Again, it's automatized. When you do things over and over and over, you recognize the patterns. And that's where she is. So we hold these different webinars to help our educators think outside the box. We have learning hubs. If you look on our Office of Public Instruction website, we have recorded webinars that you may take. You sign up and they're free. We have math, we have ELA, we have PE, we have every subject matter webinar that's available for our educators. We hold a best practices every year. Our best practice conference is actually in a couple of weeks. We hold it in Helena, Montana, and we get over 300. It depends. It's a small, school district, so we have to cap it. Whoever registers first gets to attend these workshops. We have knowledge keepers coming in. We have educators. We have people, administrators coming in to share their knowledge with the other educators of the state of Montana. We have over 300 videos sharing from the recordings that we've done. We have star stories from the Anishinaabe people. We have star stories from the Crow tribe. We have different stories shared on our website. We have over 100 lesson plans, and I want to eventually get there quickly because I'm already at 11:26, so let's move on here. Here's our powwow guide. We ended up creating a powwow guide with one of my colleagues, and we updated it, and we are proud to say that every one of our pictures in our powwow guide, they are from the state of Montana. That alone is a big piece. You can use that powwow guide to go on and in every subject area to think outside the box. We go in, and if they want the powwow guide curriculum, we spend half a day teaching on each subject of how we can use this powwow guide to teach IEFA, Indigenous Ways of Knowing. We have our model. We just recently joined Jen Murphy, who is, I'm not going to ruin this for her. Jen Murphy, she has developed materials of missing and murdered Indigenous people. She is the director of the short film, Not Afraid. She has her novel, More Like Her. She also joined the team here recently, and she brings her wealth of knowledge to help create those materials for our schools. So what does IEFA do? This is what IEFA does. We use the knowledge of what you can give us if you're willing to work with us, and we create these lesson plans, these curriculum maps, these resources, these videos to share with our non-Indigenous staff, because every student must know that every tribal nation is unique. At our best practice conferences, we pick we honor somebody that has fought from the beginning for our IEFA integration. And some of you may know that Uncle Jonathan Windyboy here, he's the senator of Montana State, and he is a huge supporter of IEFA implementation. He is constantly looking for ways of cultural integration and self-identity promotion within the state of Montana, and how we can get those numbers, increase those numbers of knowledge keepers. And some of you may know Terry Brocky. He was our keynote speaker at our last best practices. American Indian Heritage Day, this is one of the things IEFA looks like. We have a group of students that literally come in and present. They do their dance, but they also have a story to go along with each of their dances. So it's not just coming out there and dancing, they're sharing the history of their tribe. Very powerful. It's a phenomenal activity for our students. It takes that student leadership into perspective. Our hub courses, we create these hub courses based off the knowledge that they give us, and we have the introduction to the Indian Ed for All. Every student that graduates from Montana State, any of the Montana State universities, they are required to take the Indian Education for All in Montana. They must pass that course in order to get their certification to teach. So, because it's a constitutional mandate. We have our framework that guides us, the framework of Indian Education for All. We have our bison restoration, a little tidbit here. Every tribe in the state of Montana has a bison range now. So we're very proud of that in the state of Montana. And we have seamless integration into mathematics, science, ELA, FCS, every subject matter we can think of. And we have contemporary issues. We've tried to focus on the issues that we have on hand, but we try not to say the T word anywhere, because we feel like the moment we say that T word, we're in big trouble. Okay, so this is what guides our work. We have our essential understandings. We have 7 of them. What does that entail? Okay, I wrote it down here, but now all my notes are messed up because I can talk. Oh, you guys realize I can talk and talk and talk. Okay, our first essential understanding says, there is great diversity among the 12 sovereign tribes of Montana in their languages, cultures, histories, and governments. Each tribe has a distinct and unique cultural heritage that contributes to modern Montana. So that essential understanding, when we go into the school, we ask our educators, we ask our school districts, how are you implementing essential understanding 1? How are you showing that I'm unique in my own ways? How are you showing that Fort Belknap people are different from Rocky Boy people, even though they're only an hour apart? How are you showing that within your classroom? So then we give them ideas. Okay, well, this is what it looks like in social studies. You can take each individual flag and you can compare and contrast, because every tribal flag has their own seal and has their own flag, has their own colors. Compare and contrast them. Essential understanding, I'm already at 11:32. I'm only on slide 22. Okay, essential understanding 2. Just as there is great diversity among tribal nations, there is great diversity among American Indians, and that's where I come in. I'm essential understanding 2, because I'm not only talking about the 7 tribal nations that are the 12 tribal nations in Montana. I'm from Canada, eh? I'm Soto Cree. So how are you showing that I am different? I may look the same. I'm the same color. I'm the same, I talk the same. I have that Rocky Boy accent. But how are you showing that there's differences in Wisconsin? How are you showing that in your classroom, that our tribal nations are different amongst First Nations across the nation? Essential understanding 3, belief, spirituality, and oral history. The ideologies of Native traditions, beliefs, and spirituality persist into modern day life. How are you showing that? So then we say we have lessons on our website. We have science lesson plans, that the local plants, this is what we use in Rocky Boy, opposed to the Kalispe people, the Testistis people. They use these plants for this. That's the spirituality behind our work. How are you integrating that into your curriculum? Your social studies, how are you integrating the buffalo in your classroom, the importance of buffalo, because we're so proud that we say every nation in Montana has their own buffalo range now. Essential understanding 4, reservations, land use. Reservations are lands that have been reserved, not given, by the tribes for their own use. How are you showing that in your mathematics class? Okay, well, we can calculate the area and the perimeter of each reservation. We can compare those calculations. How are you showing the treaties within each of the U.S. governments? Put that in your social studies unit. What's the legal treaties for each tribal nation? We have essential understanding 5, federal Indian policy. There were many federal policies into place throughout American history that have affected Indian people, Canada and United States, and still shape who they are today. How are you showing that? Analyzing in your social study class the historical policies that have taken place, the assimilation area, the self-determination area. How are you showing that in your classroom? How does it continue impacting our tribal economies, our sovereignty, and our people? What's the history? How are you sharing that history? What has the expansion looked like? We have then go into essential understanding 6, history from American Indian perspectives. History is a story most related through the subjective experience of the teller. So making sure that you're telling the correct story from the correct nation. So you know what I heard? That doesn't work within our school districts. Make sure that it's correctly cited. Analyzing the different historical accounts of the major events. And then finally, essential understanding 7, the tribal sovereignty piece. It's an inherent right of our tribes to self-govern. This is what we teach. Analyzing the governmental system from the state, from the local community, from the local reservation to the state to the national level, analyzing those. How does it look? What does it feel like? What are our rights? So these are what guide our work as in the IEFA unit and the Office of Public Instruction. We then go into, we always reference the Maslow's hierarchy needs. Maslow spent, and we proudly say this, Maslow spent a lot of time with the Blackfoot people in Browning, Montana. This is where he got his, we like to claim that in the state of Montana, this is where he got his reach, his idea from. Our IEFA resources. Just really chewing my ice here. Give me a moment. Our IEFA resources, we have this lesson plan on our website. If you need to go look at it, again, Google Office of Public Instruction, Indian Ed for All. We share it from our perspective. I'm on slide 24. I'm gonna move through this quick. Here's our framework. It is developed to help the school administrators and the instructional staff understanding how to implement IEFA in a practical way. It serves as a bridge between theory and practice and how to implement that. It can help you. It can help the districts. The framework is very powerful. Okay, our framework for IEFA planning and integration, we have the policy and planning, we have the professional development, and we have the materials that we review before we put it out there, along with our knowledge keepers. How are we assessing this? Because there always has to be that westernized piece of assessment. So every year, every school district does an ISAP assessment where they have to answer these questions. You have either a score of a 4, 3, 2, 1. If you score of a 1, there's no ands, ifs, or buts. We come directly, we set up a consultation with your school, and we work directly with your administrators and to start implementing IEFA, of course, because it's a constitutional mandate. So this is how we collect our data and how we move forward. You want to get a 4. If you ever move to Montana, work on getting a 4. We share our Frenchtown, this is our guru, our non-Indigenous school that they do a phenomenal job of implementing IEFA in every subject area. We like to give them a shout out in our presentations because it's a little tiny town, Frenchtown, that they're amazing at implementing IEFA. Okay, where do we begin when we come in? We start with our curriculum map. We've had a huge discussion the past 2 days, the importance of thematic units and how they go by seasons, how they implement, how they start their language program, and this is exactly what we do. We start them out with August, okay? We go into that school August is coming back to school time. So what would you like to teach? What does that correlate with your moon? How are you saying it in your language? This is the bordering town. This is what they're doing on the reservation. So for the month of August, we give them books, novels that we have lessons on that correlate to the month of August. We go through each of these for each individual school, helping them create that curriculum map. Again, we don't do it on our own. We have our knowledge keepers guiding us, letting us know what's appropriate and not appropriate. Start your curriculum map. Put in the language piece. Put in all those novels that that can be utilized. Again, we have a list of novels listed on our website. 11:40, and I'm only on. Let's keep going. Okay, our social studies unit. Here's our tribal nations. This is tied to the history content. Every nation has their own tribe. Every student in 3rd grade and above must know how to say each tribal nation in their direct name from their tribes. How do we do that? Of course, we have to collect the assessment. We have the assessment tool. Our students with 3rd grade, they are assessed on it. Every student in Montana must know how to say anin, must know how to say absalake, tististis, Anishinaabe, Nehewag, recognizing that each of those words go with each of the different tribal nations in Montana, the 12 tribal nations. Here's our flags that we have for each of the tribal nations. Some of the school districts hang them proudly. We're still working on some of the other districts. And then we have our Lakota flag song. My colleague, Mr. Mike Jetty, usually gets up at this time and he starts singing the tribal flag. And I try hum in the background, but I can't sing for the life of me. So you're not going to get that tribal flag song. Here we have the Little Shell Chippewa Cree, we have the Fort Belknap, and we have the Rocky Boy tribal seals. And then the buffalo restoration, where every tribal nation has a buffalo. How can you use that buffalo into your classroom? How can you integrate the use of buffalo and the importance of it, along with the spirituality of it, in each tribal nation? We have a story, a video of a video game creation. We have, again, so many different resources on our website helping to promote IEFA integration. We have our novels that we're allowed to use. We create lesson plans for those. I'm not going to go through each of them because I have 8 minutes. We have the Powwow books. Every book you see up there in our resource, we have a lesson plan that you're able. It's free of you. You may get on there and take it. I created myself. I'm so proud of this one because I'm a avid star quilt maker. I did a lesson on star quilt making and how it ties to the different content areas. At this time, we usually do, share with your partner, how are you implementing IEFA in your classroom, in your district? But again, I only have 7 minutes, so we're not going to do that. Music, we interview different music people. Check this out, it's very knowledgeable. We have Nakona Heavy Runners sharing the history of music and how that language is perpetuated throughout the generations. We have, again, the different music, IEFA music. We have the Salish and their medicine wheel and how they integrate it into their classroom and their districts and how they share it with the non-Indigenous communities. Oh, this is a big one. When you're talking about the Bering Strait, and they're, at one point they were saying that we're not from here. This is not our land. We have a lesson plan on that. The Clovis Child, that's a big piece. We just finished that. The archaeology piece, which ties into games. Some of you sat in the game session prior to this. We also have that, how to implement games from each of the different tribes. We have the art images within the mountains of, within Helena. 6 minutes. I'm going to click through this as fast as possible. If you need to, you can reach me you can find me on Facebook too. But this is all of the resources that we share. Here's our star stories from the Crow tribe. We interview different tribal members. They give us the story. How can you implement that into your classroom? So this is the whole purpose is how can we correlate this to the calls for reconciliation? It's the same fight. We're doing the same thing, integrating Indigenous ways of knowing in the classroom. This was a very we go through each of these resources and we look for biases. And I'm not sure if you're able to see, you won't be able to see it. Yeah, 1 little, 2 little, 3 little Indians. How is that? That's not appropriate. And then he's clicking through that. 1 Indian down, 2 Indian down. Oh, wait, that's a half-breed. Takes it off. So and some of these cartoons were used in the classrooms. So we had to go through there and say, that is not appropriate. Again, lesson plans upon lesson plans. You are free, they are free to utilize. Look on our website. We have a video game coming out as well from the Cheyenne tribe. The Crow tribe, it gives us a real life game of this individual going through the live. We have the elk morning. There's a lot of resources, and I didn't create them all because Indian education has been going on for years. It's been a mandate since 1972. Here we have the ethnobotany piece. All you science people, you are welcome to utilize that as well. So good. We have food sovereignty. How does that tie in? We have interviews with selected individuals from different tribes. We have a professional development coming up with our best practices. If you're looking to come down to Montana and get out of the snow, go ahead and try and register. We might be full, but try it out. We have our monthly webinars. You are free. I will try share on my Facebook, or you can look on our landing page, which is on the IEFA, Indianet for All. I did it with 3 minutes. Give me a round of applause. I did it. This presentation usually takes us about 4 hours because we have different activities that go along with. So I was sitting up last night. I can't do that. I can't do that. I can't do that. I was stressed out to the max. So any questions, anything that you want to discuss with me, if you want to know how to get there, you can come and find me. I'll be roaming around, but I hope this helped. And you are free to use our resources. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, 'cause I want one too.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Mic check, mic check. Can everybody hear me? Can everybody hear me? Okay. So as we're getting ready for lunch here, there is a system that they want us to use. The 2 exterior doors on the outside is for the lineup, but they want to make sure that we're trying to do it in the best way possible. And there is a lady in the crowd. Her name is Dawn. She's waving over here. She is going to be organizing, us to be able to line up. And she'll be coming to your table, kind of letting you know that your table's next. And where the exterior doors are what we're using to line up, the interior doors are where people are going to be exiting out of the food area back to their tables with. All right? And so we want to try to do this in our best manner. And so Don will let you take over, and we'll start the situation there with the seating. And so again, exterior doors for lineup, interior doors for coming back into the space. We also have a lost key up here. If you're looking for a key, a set of key here, describe the vehicle, let us know, and we have the set of keys up here, and so it looks like a rental maybe. We also, again, want to encourage a time for you guys to sit together, enjoy food, network, and so with that, we're heading right into our lunch. Thank you. Okay, just another reminder, we're going to try to fill the seats. I know that there's a lot of empty seats kind of here and there. We do have a sold out conference. They're trying their best to accommodate us. And so if we can fill seats, and please don't put Pendleton blankets to save your seat all the way across. And other announcements, anything else?
And then once again, for any updates, any room changes or anything like that, all that information will be in the app. Once again, that's Event Mobi. There's a code to get in, Think Indigenous 2026, all one word. Sometimes there's some room changes or any information that's happening within the conference if you'd like to get that information.
All right, mic check. Okay, I just want to let you know that we tried. Now everybody's just lining up, and so I guess it's a free-for-all now. So you guys can go and line up. And if you got elders, you know, be kind to them. If you need to get them a plate, do that too. And so thank you again, Don, for setting that up and trying our best there. All right, thank you very much. Enjoy.
Okay, so here's the thing. All those people that didn't register on time, you guys have to leave. Hey, no, just kidding. Uh, no, but for real, those people that were over, or if you snuck a kid in, you know, you can't use extra plates because we have to pay for the extra plates. So keep using one plate from each reserve. So all the people from Ocean, man. You can only use one plate. All the people from, just kidding. Yeah, holy smokes. We're gonna start our keynote at 12:45, so we got about 15 minutes to go ahead and do that. Please just find your seat. There are seats in between. I know you have bags on there. You take your bags off. Let people sit down, okay? Yeah, don't hog seats just for elbow room. And then also, ladies and gentlemen, invite people in to go ahead and get in there and do that. But then also, just as a courtesy piece, it carries the conversation that carries around here. It carries in here. If you're gonna talk and visit, go freeze outside and do it out there, okay? Oh, man. We do have a lost phone. It's up here, so if you lost a phone, can't even open it, I tried how many passwords, and it's locked for 3 hours, but it's up here. If you did lose a phone, it's got some barcodes on the back, and yeah, looks fairly new. Looks like the band pays the bill, but it's one of those kind. Enjoy your lunch. Make sure the line goes through in a good way, and grab your seats and do all of that. And our keynote's gonna start. Honi Tobin, he's gonna come and rock the house here with our relatives from Aotearoa, and he's gonna come here, and he's a very rich man. He walks down the hall, and if his pocket's money falls out, so you gotta follow him. But it's New Zealand money, so yeah, you can't cash that, buy nothing with it here. But Honi's here, he's gonna bring that, my brother, and we got such a good thing over there, and do that in a good way.
again at 12:45. So please try, get yourselves fed, and we'll be with you again shortly.
right, good afternoon. Welcome back, everybody. We're going to get started here right away, and so we just want to make sure that we get everybody's attention. I know some of us are just settling in with our food. You know, we took that 45 minutes to network and enjoy everybody else, and so I know food is probably cold by now, but we're going to finish up and we're going to get right into our program. So, again, just some more housekeeping. Let's be mindful of our venue and supporting our community here and being good relatives and taking garbage away when you get a chance. You know, maybe even help some of the relatives there. Not wash dishes or anything. I'm just saying, like, take some of the plates out there for them or pass it down the table so you don't have to crawl over everybody. Also, some gentle reminders that when our presenters are presenting, if we can hold conversations. I know that we hide and tend to go into the furthest corners and try to get our conversations going over there, but you know, the way that the room is set up, it kind of echoes and permeates throughout everybody, and so we can hear you guys talking out even in the furthest corners there, so just be mindful. Also the foot traffic, I guess, even when we get into the breakout sessions, choose the time when you want to go into certain spaces because there are people that are trying to share their life's work. And again, it's important to understand that we're being mindful and respectful of their time and taking out, you know, being here with us all and sharing their good work. And so we're really thankful that they're able to do that. But we're going to get started here. Some more announcements. Ticket sales go on tonight at 6 o'clock for the main event. And 6:30, the doors open. And the event begins at 7 o'clock. And so if you haven't had a chance, you know, look in the booklet. You'll see all the participants that will be participating in the championship Jingle Jess competition that's happening tonight. You also have some cards there. Some of the dancers are actually in the crowd here. And so if you wanted to get a picture with them or, you know, get them to sign your book, it's only $5, they said. Just kidding. But again, you know, that's happening a little bit later tonight. Another reminder about the parking, try to park in those designated parking areas. And so some of us are just dropping off our relatives up at the top there and then just leaving our vehicles there too. And so try to get those out of the way because they did get a notice that there's going to be some towing that will be happening too. And so try to go into those areas and park in those designated spaces. I know sometimes it's a long walk, but that's okay. And I think we're going to go right into our program. Is that correct? Okay, we're going to turn it over to Kunis. She's going to make introductions here.
So our keynote this afternoon, he joins us from Aotearoa, New Zealand. Honi Tobin is a Maori educational leader whose work strengthens language, immersion, and Indigenous-led systems of learning. His leadership reminds us that when education is designed by and for Indigenous people, language and identity thrive. So if you could all turn your attention this way, use your eyes and ears, and listen to Honi Tobin. Please welcome him to the stage.
kaupapa, e hui hui nei ia tātou, mai ngā tōpito katoa o te ao. Kia take te whakaaro o te tangata, kia tupu hītawe tawe ai. A tātou i tamariki. E ngā mana e ngā tapu, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou. A kāti, e hara i te mea, ko tai mai au, kia tāmihi a tōnuti a koutou, e tōku rea Maori, ka hore. He oi, ka kore rawa koutou, e kite, e rongo i taku ea hurea, ki te kore au e papāho atu ki a koutou. Nā e ngā mana, e ngā tapu, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou. Che. Now, normally, keynote speakers come up to the stage and they talk about themselves. So, what I thought I'll do is change it up and talk about myself. And the only reason why I want to talk about myself is because I don't think you've had a person like me in front of you before. And the reason why I speak like this is because for a lot of you that have a PhD in education, specifically Indigenous education, you probably came to my school. I was probably that little boy in the room watching you do your thing. And that we helped you on your journey. So that's the only reason why I'm talking to you all right now. Because my upbringing is very unique. At the same time, I'm doing some mahi, so doing some stuff. So tera. A few things I wanted to also do. Last night was amazing. And it was great to hear that the idea was to try and indigenize the way that we celebrate each other's culture. Now, in Te Ao Māori, in the Māori worldview, we don't clap during formalities or things of that sort. That's not what we do. What we say is kia ora. So if you could all repeat after me, please. Kia ora. Kia ora. One more time, kia ora. So the word kia ora has many meanings. Literally translated, it means be well. But it also means hello, I support you, goodbye, what's wrong with you? It just depends on the context, eh? Now, within a Maori context, if you hear something that you support, you see something that inspires you, you don't clap, you say kia ora. So repeat after me, kia ora. Kia ora. And because right now I'm holding space for all of my people in Aotearoa, I'd really appreciate it if you could lend me your ears and lend me your heart. And if you hear something and feel something that you really appreciate, just say kia ora. And you're not going to interrupt me. Yeah? Not at all. Because I'm off. And saying that, tēnā tātou katoa. I am a product of my mother, who is Maori, who grew up in an English medium setting. Her first language was English, and she excelled in school. I'm also a product of my father, who was a native speaker of the Maori language, and he was a product of a strategy that my ancestors employed to keep our language and our culture safe. So instead of, because both of them are part of the baby boomer generation, what they'll do is say, we have 11 kids that are going to school, but really they have 13. And so those two children were sent to the grandparents to learn the culture, to learn the language, to learn the histories, to learn our genealogy. And that was my father during his time. Now, I was born in the 1980s, and that was when a movement called Kohanga Reo started. The Kohanga Reo movement is our full immersion early childhood kaupapa. And so I grew up in a world, in a Maori world, from Kohanga Reo, that's early childhood education, to Kura Kaupapa Māori, which is primary school, and then in high school, which is wharekura. And so I did all of my schooling at a place called Haini Waititi Marae. Haini Waititi Marae was the first place to establish a full immersion Māori primary school. Humble beginnings, ladies and gentlemen. Humble beginnings. And I just wanted to point out a few people, just over here on my right. That's my mum. That's my brother. And that's my sister. For all of you over here, because I know you can't move that way. That's my mum. That's my brother. And that's my sister. My mum learnt the language when I was born. So my first language was Te Reo Māori, is Te Reo Māori. And I grew up in this space. Humble beginnings. In the 80s, there were a lot of changing of ideologies when it came to behavioral management strategies of the time. We had to change that. And so this is what it looked like in the 80s and 90s, and it has grown to the institution that it is today. The gentleman that's in the middle of the middle photo, right down at the bottom there, his name is Te Hira Painga, who is one of the foundation students of Haini Waititi Marae, who is now the principal of the school. 70% of the staff there are alumni of our school. They've come back to the kaupapa to do the creator's work, so to speak. Now, there are other people, like myself, who have gone out of the Pāharakeke, out of Haini Waititi, to do the creator's work, tira tira. And last year, we celebrated our 40th birthday. Kia ora, kia ora, kia ora, kia ora, kia ora, kia ora, kia ora. Say it with me, kia ora. Tēnā tātou. At the age of 16, my mother assumed the role as a principal at Te Kura Kaupapa Māori o Taumarere in the small town called Moerewa. And that's when I experienced, because they didn't have a secondary school full immersion space. And that was the first time that I experienced English medium education. I think you call it mainstream. I'm sorry, I don't call it that because my mainstream is Māori. But you hold on to that, yeah? Tēnā koutou. What I call English medium, and it's not to disrespect English medium education, there's a lot of Māori that have gone through that program and done well. But I also can't say that it's mainstream because it's not my mainstream education. So we have Māori medium education and English medium education. And I experienced my first English medium education in the north of the North Island. And to be honest, I absolutely loved it. I loved it because in Auckland, where I live, the biggest city in New Zealand, there was about 1 million people in the area and only 40 of us at our school. So the options that we had was netball. Yeah, sometimes rugby, but netball. Those were the only options that were available to me. And back in those days, netball was predominantly played by females. It wasn't accepted that males play netball. Now it is, which is cool. Anyway, moving on. When I experienced my first mainstream English medium education system, I could play soccer, I could play touch, I could play rugby, they had trap shooting. That's when you got the gun and the clay goes over there, bang, all of that stuff. Like all of these options that I wouldn't only have dreamed of if I was in my kura kaupapa. They were all available to me. And for 2 years of my life, I did really well in that school. On my third year living in that small town, I got a job as a teacher aide, yeah? Got a job as a teacher aide, and I noticed that I was doing the job of my lead teacher, but getting half the pay. So I said, stuff this, I'm gonna go to university, yeah? And so I went to university. And because I compete in kapaka, we have kapaka competitions, They're called matatini. But we have them in all different levels, from primary school, secondary school, and seniors. Anyway, when I was at uni, I was studying computer programming. My oldest brother pushed me towards that. I love computers, eh? I love them, yeah? And so, pushed me towards that space. In Haka, you don't get paid to do it. It's a pursuit of passion. You actually have to pay for the food that you eat. You have to pay for the venue that you stay in. You have to pay for your merchandise that you have to pay. You have to pay for, yeah? So you're paying for something to fill up your cup. Yeah? And so what a lot of Haka teams would do is do fundraising opportunities. And so one of those fundraising opportunities was to do some Reo Maori courses, some Maori language courses. Now, I remember this vividly, and my brother and my sister are probably watching me right now from New Zealand, tera tera. And I remember it very vividly because it shaped the direction of my life. There was a list of 10 sentences in English, and I had to translate them into Maori. And I'm going, 16 years of my life, but this is going to be easy. That's what I thought. And then I looked at the sentence, and I tried to reach out to my Maori language, and I couldn't touch it. Normally, I would hold fast like a weapon, like a guardian, something I could touch, and I couldn't feel its presence. It was like reaching out to the void and feeling nothing. And I remember asking my brother, who was studying Te Reo Māori and Tikanga Māori at Waikato University, I had to actually ask him, what's the Māori word for wash? And he looked at me, he gave me this look that I never wanted to see ever again. I don't know if it was disappointment or if it was embarrassment, but yeah, he looked at me really, really funny, and it actually really affected me hard out. He looked at me and he goes, Horoi, like, you should know this. And I was looking at myself going, yes, I should know this. 16 years of my life. So what had happened was, for the 3 years that I was away from Māori medium education, I lost my reo. I lost it. And it was my fault. I let it go. If you could imagine, I'm leaning over a cliff, holding on to my reo Māori, thinking, oh, everything's going to be sweet. That's what I did. And so I decided from that day, I'm never going to feel like that ever again. I'm never going to let my best friend go ever again. And so I dedicated my life, realigned my life, moved away from computer programming, became a Māori teacher. And my oldest brother that convinced me to do the computer programming, he grew up in an English medium system, eh? And I remember him telling me in our kitchen, what do you want to be a teacher for? Waste of time being a teacher. Don't worry about that Māori stuff. That ain't going to get you anywhere. This is my brother, my oldest brother. And I don't know whether or not he was trying to be funny or he was trying to challenge me, but I took that challenge. I'm going to show you, bro. And so I realigned my life. Started studying at university to become a teacher of Te Reo Māori. Graduated in 2007. And in 2008, I went out to look for a school. Now, because English medium schools have been around at that time for about 160 years, the administration and the systems and the management and the policies that they have are pretty solid. It should be after 160 years, eh? Whereas the kura kaupapa movement was still in its infancy, and there were still some areas that needed to be developed. So I decided to go to an English medium school. But that English medium had to meet some certain criteria. One, I had to be able to practice my reo. And so there's a lot of bilingual units in Auckland, eh? And so during one situation, I really appreciated the principal of that time. His name's Bruce Dale. And he gave me a break. And he was willing to look after me, which is a big thing for me, manakitanga. And so I started my teaching career at Henderson Intermediate School in a bilingual unit. Now, the reason why I wanted to start here is because as a beginning teacher, you have to spend about 2 years under a mentoring and induction program, and then you become a registered teacher, yeah? Some kura kaupapa in the past. I'm not quite sure how things are now. Actually, I'm very confident that things are better now. But in the past, there were instances of teachers being beginning teachers for 10 years and not getting registered. Now, being a registered teacher means that you could teach anywhere in the world, anywhere. And so my pursuit was to become a registered teacher. And so Henderson Intermediate School did that for me. They had a bilingual unit there. And so in the 2 years, I got registered. Some of my close friends were in Maori medium education, and even after 7 years, they hadn't been registered yet. Yeah? So it was strategically, it was a good plan for me. Anyway, in 2014, Bruce Dale, who employed me, he retired. And the administration of the time, I'm not sure what they were doing, but I'm assuming here, so I'm not going to assume. What had happened was the educational outcomes of the students in our bilingual unit were very, very low. It didn't help that a lot of those students were actually given to us, and they came 2 years under the level that they were supposed to be. So because intermediate starts at years 7 and 8, that's 11 and 12-year-olds, we had 2 years to catch them up. Some we did well, the majority we couldn't. That's an impossible task, yeah? But because most of them were Maori, we did our best. That year, the acting administration or leadership decided to do an audit on our bilingual unit. And the auditor found that we were not meeting the criteria to become a bilingual unit, and we're going to pull our funding. The recommendation, however, because of the proficiency of the teachers and their team at that time, and remember, I realigned my whole life. I would go to Reo Māori courses for adults. I would push myself to go into those courses. I would compose, I just realigned my whole life. Te Ao Māori, that's where I wanted to go. And so the auditor recommended that we convert from a bilingual unit to a full immersion. In 2015, the school employed a new principal. And so our principal was employed there, and it freaked me out. For years, we had been trying to push our kaupapa of a full immersion, and we were always getting stopped. And this principal, her name is Wendy Sarah, and whai Wendy, if you're listening, tēnā rawa atu koe, nui te aroha. She got a piece of paper, signed the paper, and then go, sweet, you're a rumaki, you're full immersion. And I went, where'd you get that power from? All she did, sign the paper. I went, man, I want that kind of mana. Yeah? And so I realized that if the leadership is with you, everything starts opening up and opportunities start to open up. Now, in 2015, we started our full immersion unit, and that's when I started to learn how to establish Māori medium spaces in English medium schools. And so we started with a role. I had 10 students in a full immersion setting. There were 15 students in a bilingual setting. The year after that, our role grew. So we have 15 students in a full immersion setting, 20 students in a bilingual setting, 20 students in another classroom of bilingual. Then the year after that, we grew again, and we had too many, we had to have a waiting list, eh? So it grew very quickly. And it was because there was a lot of students in English medium education that are Māori that are crying for it. Yeah? So, yeah, we did pretty good. In 2017, the principal again noticed that I had some leadership potential. Anyway, and just created this position out of thin air, treaty partnership manager. And I'm going, there it goes again, the magic wand of whai Wendy, boom. And so she gave me a role as the treaty partnership manager, being the bridge between Te Tiriti o Waitangi, which is our treaty in New Zealand, and the agency, public agency, which is the school. And my job was to ensure that everything done was authentic, appropriate, and conducted in a mana sharing way. So, yeah, that happened. And in 2018, the kaumātua of the time, the elder of the time goes, okay, boy, you're up. You're the new elder. I went, eh? Bro, I'm barely 30, bro, and then you want me to be the elder. But it was because of that succession. Yeah? That succession. He saw that in me, so he gave me that title. And I would still, if there were elders in the room, they guide me. Similar to a lot of you. Yeah? But when you're getting asked to go do it, you got to go out there, boy. That's all they said. Up you go. So I assumed that role for the school. In 2020, I got headhunted by a relation of mine, Willie Warriner, to help a high school re-establish a full immersion setting. And so, because I wanted to be a deputy principal and a principal A, to have that power, just make things happen. A lot of the things that he was offering really appealed to me. And so I decided to move from Henderson Intermediate School and made my way to Massey High School. Now, if you could think back to my oldest brother, who told me that you can't teach, Maori ain't gonna get you anywhere. He went to that school. And so I had an opportunity to change the mindset of the Maori there. So I took it. The role that they offered me was a director of Maori student engagement. I didn't like that title because it made it sound like there was something wrong with the Maori students. The Maori students aren't engaging. When I know there's nothing wrong with our Maori students. It's the system that they're in. And so I decided, because by then, I learned how to play the game. Yeah? Some people, if they're playing netball, they think that the game is netball. No, it's basketball. Different rules. Yeah? If you want to play basketball, you got to go play basketball. They go over there and go, oh, netball works. We'll go to the netball tournament. Yeah? And so by then, I had learnt a few things about how the systems work in the English medium school. And so I told them to change the title from Director of Māori Student Engagement to Director of Te Ao Māori, where I grow capacity within our teachers, our students, and our whānau within the Māori medium setting and change the system to incorporate Te Ao Māori, Tikanga Māori, and Mātauranga Māori. The year after, the kaumātua at Kuia, her name is Nani Awa Hudson. She's still around. Kia ora, Nani Awa, if you're listening. Tēnā koe. She said, kapai boy, you're up. And appointed me as the elder of that school. Not going far up. We're just getting, here you go. You could be an elder and you could be an elder. But it's not a role that you take lightly. Yeah? Your traditions, your language, your culture are on your shoulders. Lucky I'm a big fella. Yeah? Anyway, I became a pautikanga. And what had happened was, before I started at the school, they had placed Te Reo Māori in a department under languages, under English. And so I put systems in place to lift Te Ao Māori, the Māori department, and make it into a faculty. So it sat next to English medium. And so the following year, I became the acting head of faculty of Māori at Massey High School. Now, by then, I noticed that there were a few of the leadership team at Massey High School retiring or moving on in their career. And so I was going, oh, that's where I want to be. So I approached the principal of the time and let him know, yeah? Threw it out into the universe. And I let him know I am actively looking to be a deputy principal or principal one day. I would rather do it here at Massey High School, but just know I'm going for it. And he was in full support of that. Unfortunately, 2 weeks later, a relation of mine, Te Kurataia ho Kapea, e te whanaunga e mihnui anau kia koe, tēnā koe, asked me to join him and the team at one of our iwi of Ngāti Whātua to help establish a school for our iwi, for our tribe. And so the stars were aligning, and I decided to move, to apply for a role, and I was very fortunate to be successful in that role. And now I'm working for my iwi of Ngāti Whātua Ōrākei. Kia ora, kia ora. Part of my role at the time was to lead education in the iwi and also Māori medium education or education in general within the whole Ngāti Whātua area. And so from here, we were trying to build a school, Things didn't quite go the way that we hoped it would go. Things didn't quite align. But funnily enough, or I'm not sure if it was a blessing in disguise, but yeah, it wasn't a good thing, The local school from our marae is named Ōrākei School. There's a full immersion unit there. It was called Te Ahurenga o Te Aroha. Unfortunately, the 4 Māori teachers that were employed there, they all resigned within 1 week. Most of the students in their full immersion were children of our whānau, they were descendants. They are descendants, sorry. They are descendants of Ngāti Whātua Ōrākei. And so there were a group of parents, some made up of board members, some made up of enthusiastic parents who come together. And Te Kura Taiaho again told me to turn up to this meeting. We call it a hui. Turn up to this hui, and I'm going, whoa, what's happening over here? And so during that hui, we went to the principal, and we started talking to the principal. And so the principal had shared some of the strategies that he had employed. But Māori teachers are very unique, Especially if you're looking for a Māori teacher that's within Te Ao Māori. It's not just the language, it's the culture as well. They are 2 sides of the same coin. You can't have just the language without the culture, but you can't have just the culture without the language. Or you can, it's just doesn't fit well, So specialist teachers like that, they're a dime a dozen. And so my cousin, Te Kura Taiaho in their hui, he stood up after about maybe half an hour of talking and going back and forth, and he goes, okay, this is what we're going to do. Hone's going to go into your school, he's going to find you all of the teachers, and he's going to sort out that urumaki. And we all got up, started walking out. I grabbed my card, gave it to the principal, and said, here to help, or good luck. And walked out of the door. 2 hours later, the principal reached out to me and said, we'd love for you to help. And then off we went. So this was December of 2023. Not too long ago. And from December to February, when the school year starts in New Zealand, myself and the principal, we were looking, we were interviewing. So if you can imagine on Christmas Day, I'm on a Zoom meeting with a potential teacher, me and the principal. And so we were working towards trying to find kaiako. And then the day before our welcoming ceremony for new students and new teachers and new whānau, we found all 4. So And because of the school we were hoping to build and this miracle that came out of nowhere, we started to develop some ideas on how we could grow our school through this rumaki. And so in 2024, we changed the name from Te Whānau Rumaki Ōrākei, Te Whānau Rumaki o Te Ahurenga o Te Aroha, and changed it to Te Whānau Rumaki Ōrākei Iriora, a space where students are learning through a Ngāti Whātua-centric curriculum through the medium of Te Reo Māori. And so these students, as they went through the program, it was almost, it was quite freaky actually. A lot of my whanaunga, they were coming up to me and saying, hey, because we have line scooters, that you can hire. You pay for the scooter and then you could hire it and start riding on it. So we had our kids in the rumaki, they were riding on their scooters up on the hill, where our marae is. And they were yelling at each other and arguing with each other in te reo Māori. Then you had uncles and aunties popping their heads out of the windows of the houses that's been developed for them and yelling at them in Māori. And in the space of 6 months, we had actually grown te reo Māori in our iwi. All because we realigned the school so it's Ngāti Whātua centric. So here's the students being their best selves. And so, these are my whananga. These are my cousins. I'm from Ngāti Whātua, but I'm not from Ngāti Whātua Ōrākei. I work for Ngāti Whātua Ōrākei for my cousins, and it's an honour and privilege e aku whananga, tēnā koutou. Now, our goal was always to establish our own school, filled with our hopes, our aspirations, and our dreams. Filled with these words here. Grounded in their identity, their Ngāti Whātua identity. And so, the education plan that we had looked a little bit like this. So we have a punareo, that's an early childhood education centre, catering to 3-month-olds to 5-month-olds, or 5-year-olds. It initially opened as a bilingual setting, and so that's an opportunity for our whānau and our tamariki and our kids to grow in te reo Māori. The idea was to establish a primary school, a kura aiwi, to cater to those ages 8. And how we do education in New Zealand is we do years. So year 1, they're 5 years old. Year 2, 6-year-olds. Year 7, year 3, 7. Yeah. Tera. Okay. And so we were going to establish that. And then near those years, we'll start establishing the high school section of our school. And then after that, start supporting schools within our region to embed mātauranga Māori, Māori medium education into their schools and the curriculum. Because of some random stuff that happened, we actually were able to realign everything and straighten it all out. So our punareo now is operating within the rumaki space, so it's full immersion, our punareo. We actually have our proxy school through Te Whānau Rumaki Ōrākei Iriora, through the Rumaki. And if we established a primary school, we'll be in competition of the very thing we helped to fix. So it just seemed logical that when we establish a school, that we start with the teenagers, year 9 and 10, so that's 13 and 14-year-olds. And last week, Monday, it was announced by our government that we'll be opening up our school this year during Matariki in July. So, kia ora. What it also means is that we're able to support schools earlier instead of waiting until 2030. Now, all of this hasn't been done by myself. We have a team, But again, when I'm thinking about the educational pathway that I took, it's important that you have those people, that empower you. Those people that aspire for greatness to hopefully inspire you to do the same. And I've been very fortunate to have a lot of those people. But the greatest person that's inspired me is my mum. She was a part of a crew of adults and whānau. I hear a lot from all of you about the trauma, intergenerational trauma that you carry. We never felt it. They broke the cycle for us. They stood and took all of the negativity. So all we received was positivity. Yeah, during that time, the behavior management strategy was to give someone a hiding. But they changed that. They cared for us. They looked after us. They saw it as a duty. And they didn't get paid for it. For the first 2 years of my mum working, she didn't get paid at all. She did it for love. Love for the next generation. Love for the kaupapa. She saw something that no one else saw. Her and her cohort. And the parents that believed in that kaupapa. We were so tight, we used to go to each other's birthday parties. Dress up like ninjas and Barbie dolls and cowboys and all of that stuff. Yeah? That's how tight we are. And we still know each other. But they protected us, so I do. I hear that you're carrying trauma, but I don't understand it. Because I never felt it. Because they looked after me. You can do that too. I'm still not finished. So, what is my why? Why is it that I had to go to a meeting this morning at 12 a.m. for my iwi? I did. Why? Why is it that I'm doing this job? And it's an easy answer. It's for the kids. For the next generation. They are our future. They are. I was always taught by my elders, and they would speak it whenever we would have our hui. At our funerals, at our events, our celebrations, they would always speak it. And they would always say, your job isn't to sow the seed, grow the tree, and harvest the fruit. Your job is to sow the seed, grow the tree, teach your children how to do that, so then your grandchildren can harvest the fruit. We call that mokopuna moves. Mokopuna being your grandchildren. My ancestors traveled from Hawaii here to Aotearoa. My generation now is looking for Hawaii Hou, the new Hawaii. And I encourage you all to come along. But not only my students from Henderson Intermediate, who some of them have more babies than I do. Not only my students from Massey High School, who are disconnected from Te Ao Māori, and now they have a new connection. Not only my nieces and nephews from Orake, who are living their best selves through their identity. Not only them, but some of my biggest whys are my godchildren. Now, I know some of you, you're looking at these kids going, man, they look like my kids. You all look like my aunties and my uncles. No, you do. You act the same way too. Crack a joke here and there. Only you know what the context is. You know? If someone outside didn't know the context, they'll be offended. But because it's exactly the same as how we roll, we know we don't, just chill out, bro, just relax. You do. You look a lot like my aunties and my uncles and my cousins. And my nieces and nephews that are actually, like some of these people there. My aunties and my uncles, tera tera. So those are my godchildren. You have Raukuro Te Huia, which is the older one. The one on the far left is Te Manawaroa. And then my goddaughter, Eirangi Mania. So that's my why. Here's my other whys. My nephew who carries my name. Puanga Te Puna Taipari Tobin. My niece, Faith Tobin. And my big boy, Riki Tobin. This is my why. That's simple. What is there to? Why is there any question of that? These kids will never, ever feel that intergenerational trauma. They won't feel it. It won't be embedded in their DNA because that's not their future. They are meant to be more. They are meant to be great. And when you speak to that, you start hearing that, you start believing it. And eventually, you become it. So I hear you. I do hear you. And I appreciate the intergenerational trauma that you are carrying. But you don't have to carry it anymore. I know you've been spoken into it. I know. I was there. But I'm lucky. I had my parents' generation that said, no more. So I don't understand it. Imagine if your kids were the same. Just imagine. Now, here's my boy being his best self. Turn up the sound, please, soundman. This is my son, this is my son. I'm not finished. And so there's a saying that I wanted to impart onto you. A saying that was gifted to us by one of our Maori scholars, Sir James Henare, who said, it's preposterous that any Maori should aspire to become a Pō Pākehā when destiny prescribed by the Creator is to become a great Maori. Here's my great Māori. As it was my duty to help grow them, it will be their duty to carry it on, whether they like it or not. Because it's not worth losing. Nā reira, e te whānau. Mihi nui ana kia koutou I tēnei wā. Thank you very much for your attention. Chris, this is how you keep a crowd quiet, brother. And so, part of what we do in our culture is that we always support what we say with either a waiata or a haka. The haka that I'm going to perform to you is a haka that was gifted to me by my people of Ngāti Whātua, composed to encourage the people who perform it to strive for greatness, to be a reflection of our ancestors, and to keep pushing to be a better version of who you were before. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Again, another ultimate show of respect and honoring. We see Chris here gifting a beautiful star blanket here with Chief Evan Tepatat. And again, kia ora to Hone Tobin. It's interesting, the parallels that we can see as a lot of the things in which they do. You know, we think about the ultimate acts of resistance, reclamation, resurgence, and they have a beautiful model in which we can see that happening in, and success. And so thinking about what the work looks like in your communities, that's what we're hoping we're inspiring you with. The stories that come forward here, You know, the lived experiences, you cannot duplicate that, you know, in a way in which not having them present. And so his presence here, you know, encourages us in that way. And so it's a beautiful thing to be able to see that and to show that honor of, you know, bring in a relative here, even across from the waters. That's important too. So now we're getting ready for the next portion of our session here, and I'm going to turn it over to my co-host here.
And to just echo what TJ said, we are so lucky to have world-class speakers with such rich lived experiences and knowledge beyond things that we might learn back home, you know? So another gentle reminder to just really make the most of being here. You know, we're all educators and we're all doing this work, and here we have so many great tools to be able to take back and apply into our lives. So just please be present, be mindful. People are sharing their hearts with you in their lives, and that's really, really special for us to get to be in witness of that. But before we move into our next afternoon breakout sessions, just a few more housekeeping items. So for door prizes, I'm sure you all got some tickets. We are going to be doing the draws tonight. Not right now, you don't need to pull them out. Give me a second. Just give me a second. Ears first, right? So we will be doing the draw later on today, and they will be posted on the Event Mobi app. So if you want to be able to claim the door prize, you need the app to see, and you'll be able to claim them tomorrow. Does that make sense? So once again, the App Store, Event Mobi, M-O-B-I. You'll have an access code to put in, and it's just Think Indigenous 2026, all one word, no capitals. And you can launch the app. All the information will be there. If there's any notices, anything else going on, it'll be shared in the app. We have headshots, professional headshots upstairs for free. So if you guys would like a headshot, you can use it for anything. Have a nice, fresh profile picture. That's available as well. Please utilize that. And with that, we have a little bit of a break. Take some time to visit, share, reflect, do whatever you need, and our sessions will begin again at 2. Thank you, everybody. Indian time. Breakout sessions are at 1:40, so please move and just make moves. Quick item, the breakout session that was meant to be held in here, Indigenous Peoples Atlas of Canada with Tammy Stoneman, Flora Aspen, Sharon Shadow will now be on the 6th floor in the West Lounge. So we will not be in this space.
or like,
presentation. We're going to get that started right now. My name's Ryan Hall from Chief Kakwishta Community School, and I'm really pleased to welcome you here and to introduce to you Tiara Begay, who's our presenter for this afternoon. In the keynote, we heard about the importance of culture and language and how they're so intertwined. And of course, history is also a huge part of that. And you think of museums, the role of a museum is to preserve culture and history. And so it's going to be really interesting to hear about that from an Indigenous perspective. So Tiara, welcome here.
Halito, everybody. Soho Chifo, ya Tiara Begay, Cheta Micha Taus Pueblo Micha Chickasasia. Hello, everybody. Once again, my name is Tiara Begay. I am Choctaw, Chickasaw, and Taos Pueblo. This afternoon, I will be primarily speaking about my tribe, the Choctaw Nation, from the southeastern part of Oklahoma, Durant, Oklahoma specifically. So yeah, I'm pretty far from home, about 31 hours, and it's great to be here. So to share a little bit about myself, I am primarily a women's fancy shawl dancer as well as a women's fancy bustle dancer. That is something not too familiar around these parts, but fancy war dance actually came from the state of Oklahoma. It's a history that I really grew up coming to know. Some of you in the audience may be familiar with some of my family. Michael Roberts, who is a fancy dancer. My grandparents travel around here often as well, Wilson and Sharon Roberts. We spend most of our summers up here, far cooler weather, and then we have our back-to-back powwows, right? So just, you know, powwow has been a huge part of my life. I've been so fortunate. Many of you probably know a lot about powwow. Well, believe it or not, it's still something that is somewhat new to the South. It came to Oklahoma in the early 1900s when we had a northern tribe come down to Oklahoma and actually introduce it to our area. Similar to what we know as powwows today, that it's a social gathering, a place of celebration, a place of life. This northern tribe came down to Oklahoma, and because they didn't know any of the southern relatives, they introduced it to us, and we took it on from there. But I have been powwowing. I've been dancing fancy shawl ever since I could walk. So just a little over 30 years now. And powwow really is life for me. I've been all around the United States and Canada. I've traveled and danced in all the provinces. I joked earlier that the only state in the United States that I have not danced in is Alaska. I haven't found a powwow there yet. But I have traveled to Pennsylvania, Maine, Florida, all through California, you know, everywhere, sharing what part of my history and what I've come to know of powwow. And each of these times I've traveled to these different places, being one of the oldest daughters, one of the oldest granddaughters in my family. I was always right there by my grandparents, going around meeting new relatives, going around listening to different community stories, listening to the different teachings that each of these communities and reserves have to offer. And that was something really big to my family, is that, you know, you don't go somewhere, you don't do something unless you know why you're doing it, who you're doing it around, and so on and so forth. So it was always huge for me to go and pay attention and try to listen and try to, you know, respect these different places to the best of my abilities. And so, you know, traveling, I've gotten very cultured. I've learned so many traditions beyond my own. I've been invited to so many ceremonies, and, you know, just coming, like I said, coming here, I'm very, very far from home, Oklahoma. Anybody traveled to Oklahoma? A few. Anybody know where Oklahoma is specifically? Anybody know Texas? I actually live 30 minutes north of Texas. So like I said, very, very far. But, you know, coming up here, you know, I was telling my department, yeah, I'm going to Regina. People are like, wow, you're not going to know anybody. Believe it or not, I know quite a few people here. And once again, that's because of powwow. This is my grandpa, Wilson Roberts. And to share a little bit more about my culture, my history, as an Indigenous person, as a Chutta, a Choctaw woman, a Chutta Ohoyo. This is my grandpa, like I said, Wilson Roberts, and he is a full-blood Choctaw. And to share a little bit about his story, some of you may have been able to have talked to him, listened to some of his stories. He just turned 86 years old. He's still dancing Southern Straight. He's still out and about. He's actually in Arizona right now at Apache Gold Powwow. And, you know, my grandpa is somebody I've always really looked up to growing up. Like I said, being the oldest daughter, the oldest granddaughter, I was really one of the only ones that sat around and listened to his stories, listened to his upbringing, listened to his different teachings. But to share a little bit more about my grandpa, Wilson Roberts, he's actually a boarding school survivor. And once again, in Oklahoma, I'm positive you guys are sure about what residential schools are. Very similar boarding schools. We had many children rounded up who were deemed orphans, and they were taken to these boarding schools away from their family. And you know the history. They had their language taken away. They had their hair cut. They were punished for speaking their language, talking to their relatives in the Choctaw language. Very hard times. I heard some of these stories. I listened. I cried. I watched my grandpa cry. But he never looked at it as something to be ashamed of. I want to say when I got into college in 2012, 2013, one of the requirements to finish school was a foreign language class, okay? A foreign language class. And I remember going down looking at the list of schools, or the list of languages. You know, I saw French, I saw German, I saw Spanish, and at the very, very bottom, I saw Choctaw. And I'm not a first language speaker because of some of that history. I'm not even a second language speaker. I am still very much learning. My grandpa, he's actually still a fluent language speaker. But going back to my story, I chose Choctaw as my foreign language requirement. I learned my introductions. I knew a little bit, like I said, growing up, but I didn't understand, I guess, the formalities of it. I learned a little bit. I was really excited because I knew my grandpa was fluent. And I went home probably after a good semester of, you know, getting the hang of Chutta once again. And I started talking to my grandpa, and I was really happy. I was excited. And at my surprise, he said, "Issa." And he got mad at me. He said, "Issa, don't talk like that." And I kind of looked at him a little shocked, and I was kind of confused. And he said, "Don't talk like that." And he said, I remember just, you know, like it was yesterday, he looked around and he got very quiet, very kind of secretive. And I was like, "Grandpa, you know, I'm learning this at school. And it's okay. This is something that we're okay to talk about now. We're okay to learn. They're teaching anybody, as long as you want to learn." And he sat down, he let me talk to him about kind of my experiences, what I'd been learning. And, you know, gradually he kind of came to understand that it was okay to speak his language once again. And kind of from there, we started building up, talking here and there, learning little things. Sometimes he'd try to tell me stories in Choctaw, and I'd pick up what I could. But it wasn't until, you know, the last 15 years or so that my grandpa has been publicly talking his language again. But with my grandpa, going back to his time in boarding school, he actually only has a formal education up until about 5th or 6th grade because he ran away. So as I said, from our time in Oklahoma, they actually took a lot of kids and deemed them orphans. But he wasn't an orphan. He actually had 7 brothers and sisters. He had his mom still alive at that time. But yet they took him away. He went through the school, and after so many times of punishment, from what I understood, that finally when he was about 7 or 8 years old, he ran away. He told me that he ran away the first time and he got caught. Then he said the second time he ran away, he remembers walking into his mom's cabin, and she said, "What are you doing here? They're coming for you. I just got word they're coming for you." And just then, they turned around and he saw a car coming up the driveway. And she said, "You better leave right now, otherwise they're gonna take you again." And so, my grandpa, being 8 years old at the time, he ran away from his family. He ran away from his mom. His brothers and sisters were all stuck at school still. And his story is that he met up with some Spanish family. He became relatives with Spaniards, and he got to know them. He became their family, and he started doing farm work. And from there, he kind of just raised himself. He grew up. He went to the Navy and so on and so forth. He had his family. And when he had his family, he started reintroducing that culture back to us, to my dad, my uncles, his wife, my grandma Sharon. And, looking at this time in history, it wasn't specifically Choctaw that we were raised. It goes back to we were really raised by our powwow family, our powwow life, these powwow teachings. And, this world that I grew up in really, like I said, became family. Fast forward a couple years, I went to school. My undergrad, I studied tribal government. I studied human relations, a study of people, tribal government, psychology, understanding people. I went on to my master's in education policy and analysis at Arizona State University. And Arizona is the second largest state in the United States to Native American population. So I went from Oklahoma to Arizona. And I focused on indigenous people, their well-being, and education there. And once I graduated with my master's, I like to joke that just 7 days after I graduated from my master's program, I had my first child. So I told my family, I said, yeah, I really know how to prioritize education and then kids. How good is 7 days after graduation, right? But with that, I took my break. I enjoyed my family. And believe it or not, right out of high school, I got a scholarship. I got the Gates Millennium Scholarship, where 1 out of 100 not just Native students, but 1 of 100 students in the United States get this scholarship. And I was one of those 100. And so with that scholarship, the Gates Millennium Scholarship, I was awarded up to 10 years of free education. And so a huge thing, right? Because we all know how expensive school is. So like I said, my bachelor's, my master's, and then taking the a year break. And then I got one day I got an email that said, you've got four or 5 years left of school. If you don't go next year, then you're gonna lose those 4 or 5 years. So I thought, dang it, now I gotta start thinking about it, because how dumb would I be if I didn't take advantage of free education and going back to school? So, but during that break, I kind of went a little bit forward in my story, but during that break, what I did was I started working at the Choctaw Cultural Center in Durant, Oklahoma. And Durant, Oklahoma is actually the heart of Choctaw Nation. And so I was actually recruited right after my master's program to go and help develop the education department because I was so cultured, right? Traveling around, understanding, respect, knowing a lot about my Choctaw culture. And so being in the education department, I helped develop our tour. It was actually on me to go through to read all the panels, learn all the history, and like I said, develop the tour, develop some of our classes, develop some of our workshops, different things like that, primarily for non-Indigenous people, because even though that this is a tribal museum, it was actually, you know, meant for non-tribal people. But being on the side of the foundational development team, I got to work with a lot of our really respected elders in our community, our Choctaw elders, and I listened, I learned from them. And one of their primary reasons for having this Choctaw Cultural Center was that it was primarily meant, and it was built for our community, for our Choctaw people. It was meant to be somewhat of a community center where you could go, be yourself, practice your language, you could learn about your history, your culture, and you could mingle and do things with all other Choctaw relatives. And I'll get into it on my next slide a little bit about why this was so important. But really the foundations of it. The Choctaw Cultural Center is actually tribally owned, tribally led, tribally narrated. So all throughout, it was really chutta, chutta, chutta. It was something that was really stressed. And it was also stressed to me that it was very much community-based. And so, you know, everything I did developmentally for the education department, I kept that in heart, that in the end, even though this was a public institution for everybody, it was for our Choctaw people. So going back, I had to write my notes here because I could go on a tangent with this. But like I said, Oklahoma. You know, listening to everybody's presentations and their stories today, it's so inspiring. I've been around, I've been able to be a part of some of the reconciliation events with my family around here. You know, listening to Carrie speak earlier about how Montana curriculum is mandated. Like, I was so inspired, and I had already learned about that in undergrad. And with Oklahoma, we actually have 38 federally recognized tribal nations there, and actually 39 tribes, one state federally recognized tribe. But, you know, there's so many people. I don't know if it's just me and the people I'm around, but I see natives everywhere when I'm in Oklahoma. But believe it or not, currently a lot of people still think natives don't exist, that we're a thing of the past, that we all do live in teepees, things like that, that you know that we are extinct, which is the primary reason for tribal, or not even tribal museums in the first place. You look at the collections, the artifacts. A lot of those things in museums that you see today were actually taken because, and sometimes, you know, they don't know who they belong to, what tribe they belong to. They were just taken, stolen, and they were deemed artifacts because one day our Indian people aren't going to be around. So that's actually still the mentality in Oklahoma. Like it says here, current political climate restricts Indigenous-led curriculum in public schools. And our state leadership right now isn't the best. Our sovereignty is constantly challenged. We have great tribal representatives that are doing their best to keep our strength in our communities, keep our strength in our tribal sovereignties. But even just last year, anybody and every tribe in Oklahoma actually has a tribal state tag. Just believe it or not, last year, everybody who had a tribal state tag was getting pulled over and said, hey, you're not driving legally. And we were really, you know, singled out like that and stopped and questioned. You know, right now, or last night, I was talking to relatives about going across the medicine line where, you know, we've got some scary times going on. A lot of people can't believe that I came up here, but this was really important to me. But, you know, to this day, I still travel with my passport, my tribal ID, my state ID. And, you know, all the time, I'm like, man, a tribal ID is way harder to get than a state ID. But that's the reality in Oklahoma. So I talked a little bit about this, the 38/39 tribes of Oklahoma. So the Choctaw Nation is actually the bottom right corner, the dark purple, blue. But at one time, our tribal nations have actually been all the way up from the yellow part all the way to the orange part. That was our tribal lands. So are you guys all familiar or know somewhat or have heard at one point of the Trail of Tears? Yeah, so the Trail of Tears is actually, the Choctaw people were actually the first to be removed from our original homelands in Alabama and Mississippi. And we trekked all across 4 or 5 states, came to Oklahoma, which at the time was deemed Indian territory. And believe it or not, does anybody know that Oklahoma actually is a Choctaw word for red people? So something very interesting there that, you know, at least it went from Indian territory to land of the red people, but just some of that history there. And then if that wasn't enough, you know, sometimes we like to joke too as Choctaw people, we are one of the 5 civilized tribes, which is, you know, good and bad. You know, it depends on our conversation where, you know, some of our family relatives are being a little rugged, and I'm like, I don't know, I'm from the civilized tribe. But what the civilized tribe means is actually that we were one of the first to be assimilated, right? And so as I kind of talked about my grandpa's culture, or my grandpa's history, we had many relatives, and we still have many relatives to this day that have that mindset that you can't act that way, you can't think that way, you can't speak that way, you can't look that way. Believe it or not, you know, having our relatives down south, even wearing long hair, you know, sometimes it's still not the norm anymore. A lot of our boys still get made fun of for having long hair. So like I said, sometimes our people down south can be very confused as to who we are, how we're supposed to act. So that's something that we've really had to relearn, and something I have had to understand, because like I said, growing up in the powwow world, it's always been good to be Indian, right? It's always been good. We've always been able to celebrate, live our life how we wanted to, do as we wanted to, act as we wanted to. And so going back a little bit to tribal museums and cultural centers, when it was my turn to go back to school for my doctoral program, I was already working for my tribal cultural center for a good 3 years. And for the very first time, instead of going out and traveling and sharing my experiences, my history, my culture, we had people coming in to learn about who natives were, what the Choctaw people were. And, you know, I heard so many awesome stories. I heard so many heartbreaking stories from Native and non-Native people. And some of the stories were, you know, I never knew I was Indian. My parents didn't like that we were Indian, so we didn't talk about it. Oh, I just found out, so I came here to learn about it. Just different experiences like that. I even heard some experience that was like, yeah, my grandma's so racist, she would be so mad if I were here right now. Really, people talking to me, opening up to me. But then there was that other side where it was, I just found out I'm Choctaw, and so I came here to learn about it, and I came here to learn about our workshops. I came here to learn more about my tribe, and I've got kids, and I'm excited for them to continue on too. So great things. But then in the academic world, right, it's not true unless it's written down. We talk about oral stories all the time. That was probably one of my biggest challenges going to school. So I actually been a doctor for a good month now. I graduated in May. But of all schools, thank you. So of all schools I could have gone to, because my scholarship allowed me to go anywhere in the United States, I chose a private Baptist school, right? I really know how to pick my challenges. But my thought on that was, how do I go and teach others? How do I understand their understanding if I don't know what they don't know? And so, you know, I had a hard time in school. You know, like I said, oral stories. There was a lot of our oral stories that I didn't want to talk about, but I wanted to mention. And all the time it was, well, you can't find that in the book, so it's not real, it's not relevant. That doesn't exist, those are just stories. And I'm like, okay, I'm not even gonna argue with that because there's no changing your mind on that. But going back to, you know, hearing all those stories from my experiences, I was like, you know what? This is a tribally owned, tribally narrated, tribal museum. We have all the opportunities to now ask the question, how do guests describe their perceptions after we show them, we tell them, we give them the experience of who we are, what we are. So that became the focus of my research. So I was gonna take you guys on a visual experience, but I was like, I'll just add some pictures instead. I was gonna have you guys close your eyes and say, imagine this. But the reality of it, let me just show you some pictures. You know, from the top to the bottom of our cultural center, like I said, it was tribally owned, tribally operated, tribally narrated. They used our cultural stories, they used our community stories, from the building foundation to the things on the tour script to some of our tour guides, and so forth. Everything was Choctaw, everything in the design. You can't really see too well here. You go back, oh, right there. So if you can see, I don't know if you can see, but on the glass by the windows, we have a basket weave design. Even on the side, you see some of our social dancers. On the top, you see the swirls. The entrance, our community elder wanted to make our Choctaw Cultural Center as if you're walking back to your home. And so our actual cultural center is designed for it to look like you're walking into a traditional Choctaw home. And then at the front of our Choctaw Cultural Center, you see our Tushkahoma on the right picture, and that is our red warrior, Tushkahoma. It was said that he, or they, because it was a society, are some of our most elite warriors. As Choctaw people, something that's very special to us is our diamonds. And a lot of times, the story of our diamonds comes from the diamondback rattlesnake. And to share very briefly about that is because Choctaw people, which were also referred to as the southeastern tribes at one time because we are encompassed of many different tribes, we always were very community-oriented. And not community-oriented as in just 20, 30 of us. There was actually up to 304 of us in a space. And so as Choctaw people, we weren't always the ones to first go to war when we came upon an enemy. We weren't always ready to fight to take life because we valued life. And so our story said that we referred to the diamondback rattlesnake because our mentality of that was somewhat similar to the diamondback rattlesnake. I don't know if you guys have seen, or even if you have diamondback rattlesnakes up here, but it said that, you know, when you're out in wilderness, you don't just get bitten. You hear that rattlesnake tail shaking. And that is the key that, hey, I'm here. Step away, step back, this is my space. And so Choctaw people actually used that as their mentality moving forward when they met possibly enemies or other neighboring communities, that we would give them a warning, hey, this is our space, this is our area, turn around and go the other way or go somewhere else. So that's one of the ways we respect that diamondback rattlesnake, is by the diamonds we wear. On the right, we do have a picture of our orientation gallery. And here is where we really highlight the contemporary lives of Choctaw people. Because once again, the current climate of Oklahoma is that natives no longer exist. We're a thing of the past. We're not around anymore. But here, there's actually 12 vignettes because we have 12 communities within our reservation, all speaking the same language, but we all have, of course, different environments that helped us live our lives. So our 12 vignettes actually highlight 12 Choctaw tribal members from each of those districts, showing, you know, how they're living their life in contemporary times. On the right, we have our Children's Activity Center. We called this turtle, it's actually an alligator snapping turtle. We call it a hachonchoba, and it's huge. You can't really see it, but on the far left, there's actually a door where you can walk into, and it's more like a reading room. And you go up, and you can see the spine of the turtle, and it's a really unique place. We also have some of our 1800s cabins, as well as a slight glimpse of our traditional homes, because we did not live in teepees. We lived in something called a chuka. So it was primarily mud-based, and then it had some straw, hay, sometimes palmetto leaves at the top. On the right side, there's another display of one of our landscapes in our cultural center. We have a corn crib. I wish I could have shown a bigger picture of this, but when you walk in, it's literally like you're going into the wilderness. There's about 10 trees in there, all from the southeastern parts of Oklahoma. Their bark are all, you know, different and distinctive to the different trees. None of the trees look the same. They all have different leaves. There's some of our primary animals that we hunted and that were useful to us. And we also have right here a family scene. And this was actually, when going back to my research, this is actually one of the pictures I showed. And it was really unique because when I was doing my research, I not only did personal interviews, I also did survey questionnaires, and then I also showed a picture, and I said, when you look at this picture or you look at this area, what do you think, what comes to mind, what do you see? And some of the other things I asked, what values stood out. So my research was actually based not on specifically an indigenous framework, but it was actually based on a media and communications framework. And it said that there were actually four components that are most often misconstrued about indigenous people. And those four components were our values, our history, our visibility, and how we invite that call to action. I don't know what time I started. I know I started a little bit late. Thank you. So the different questions I asked, what values stood out to you? How did you understand the lives of the Choctaw people? How did you understand the culture being preserved and shared? So, what we did was I had the guests and I focused on our non-tribal guests, but I also looked at what it was doing for our tribal people as well. But I focused on those four components: values, history, visibility, and call to action. And with this image here, this kind of shows our longitudinal history of our Choctaw warriors. We call them our Tushka, our warriors. And so we have the Black Warrior, we have Chief Pushmataha, Code Talkers. So are you guys familiar with Code Talkers? You might be more familiar with Navajo Code Talkers. And I like to tease my husband about this because he's actually Navajo, which is where my last name came from, Bigay, or in the Navajo language, Biaji. But, so many people are familiar with the Choctaw Code Talkers, but I'm like, hey, the Choctaws were actually the first in World War I. Choctaw Code Talkers came in World War II, so that's always something fun. I like to poke at my husband. And then to now, where we respect our color guard and our honor guard. But through this research, I got to speed it up a little bit. What I found was that our non-tribal guests tended to describe their learning gains, their perspective shifts, that they actually sought curiosity in wanting to learn more, and that everything that they had heard at one point, just talking to people, everything that they may have learned in public schools was very misconstrued. And then with Choctaw perceptions, like I said, it wasn't my primary focus, but of course I had to look at that, what it was doing to our Choctaw people. They described it as personally affirming, identity linked, and very much connected to their family, history, their culture, their language. Believe it or not, when I was talking to our Choctaw guests, a lot of them started crying. There was an emotional aspect that I honestly didn't foresee happening. But the more they were able to talk about their backgrounds, their history, their culture, the more they realized that they were still living indigenously, something that they didn't, really think about. Because like I said, our life is kind of different down there. But that they realized that some of the things that they did, eating with their grandparents, eating with their family, learning those recipes, even speaking some Choctaw here and there. Sometimes it's like the miti, come here, issa, stop, some of those command words we come to learn and know as children. Even though some of those words, it really started resonating with our Choctaw tribal members. And, I saw a shift even in their perspectives, that they became more prideful in who they were, how they were acting. We actually have had social dancing and our traditional games come back around to where now we have a World Series tournament in our traditional homelands of Mississippi, where it's big, where there's up to 75 to 100 people on each team. Stickball is actually somewhat very familiar to lacrosse. And so the only difference in that is that their nets are about this big. So very, very small, very intense, no equipment, no padding, but very intense. So overall findings of my research, values. The values that really stood out were that generosity and community care was something that was highlighted by the Choctaw people, our culture and history. And that Choctaw values were rooted in reciprocal relationships. I could talk a little bit more about this, but I know our time is short. But I actually go home tomorrow. I go to Dallas. I was invited to the Choctaw Irish Festival because we have a connection there. That after our Trail of Tears, what many people don't know about the Trail of Tears is that it was a one-time removal during a span of 1 year. It actually lasted a span of 70 years, the Trail of Tears. And that's not something that's very highlighted. But it was once by foot, eventually by horses, eventually by carriages, onto trains. And so it was a whole thing. But really quickly to bring up that Choctaw Irish Festival, just 15 years after the Trail of Tears, we heard people were suffering in Ireland due to the Irish potato famine. And, we didn't know them, we didn't know who they were, we didn't know what they looked like, but we had heard that people overseas were suffering. And so they rounded up some money, they sent it over with some fellow Quakers, and they helped those people. So that has actually come around, that reciprocal relationship that I mentioned actually came back around to 2018, 2019 during COVID-19. They knew Indigenous people were a major population at risk during that time. Everybody was struggling in the United States and in Canada. In Ireland, the Irish people actually heard about our population suffering, and that was over 200 years ago, 275 years ago, that they remembered that relationship of the Choctaw people helping, and they reached back out and they said, hey, we heard your people are suffering, we want to give back to you. The Choctaw people are doing very well in their time right now. We, at the time, didn't need their aid, but we said, hey, there are other tribal nations that need your help more than we do right now. So they actually raised over $3 billion, and they sent it to the Hopi Nation and the Navajo Nation. And so, like I said, those reciprocal relationships really came around, and that was part of our history as well. Quickly, Choctaw history was more than a record of the past events, but is meaningful milestones in Choctaw identity, meaning that we didn't focus on the trauma, we didn't focus on the bad times, we didn't talk about them as bad times, but just learning instances of how not to be, how not to act, and we move forward with them. Visibility, my research really confirmed non-Choctaw people's perception of our presence, our contribution, and how relevant we still are today. And then call to action, they really focused on, how can we learn more? How can we teach our kids? How can we do better as we're growing? Because, these right now are trying times for the United States. And what more can we do than learn from the past and move forward? But implications for my research, for educators, just like, everything that we've learned and we've heard today, is that we need to focus on how we can move forward, focus on how we can teach our values, focus on how we can help uplift our people once again. For tribal leaders, because like I said, we have a little bit different histories where it's not as easy to implement our culture, our history, as easily as it is up here, where tribal leaders can focus on tribal museums and cultural centers and learning how those could be supplements to the public school education. And then for museum practitioners, how it's important to not just build a tribal community or a tribal cultural center or community center, and not just, put what you think you know about Native Americans, but really involve the community in helping to build that education, make it relational, and then make it grounded. And then, very quickly, these are my boys, my husband. This goes back, this was my why. Why am I doing this? Because I remember being young, growing up. I wouldn't say I was ever bullied, but, going back to my family, being the eldest, I was always the only one to be able to stand up for myself, be able to hold my own. But one of my earliest times of experiencing racism was 3rd grade, where I got publicly humiliated by one of my public school educators. And, for that reason, just remembering some of my personal experiences, we're still at times, where our current climate in the United States isn't the greatest, which is why we don't have relatives traveling back and forth right now. But my boys have long hair. Their names are actually Okinsh Homa, red medicine. There's a story that goes along with that, I will tell you. And then Tanapohoyo, looking for guns. Also a story going on with that. So their first names are Choctaw, their last names are Navajo. Stories within itself. But this is the world that I'm really that I am raising my boys in. And I want them to be understood. I want them to be respected. I want them to be proud of who they are, where they come from, and I want them to be welcomed like I have in all of these communities. And so this is why I did my research. And, thank you all for listening to me talk for these last few minutes. I appreciate it. I know I can be long-winded. I have stories upon stories. And what my grandpa Wilson told me, he said, when there comes a time where you want to keep going, just say, Makala. Makala means, that's it. That's all I have. So thank you, and Makala.
Wow, I feel like going to Oklahoma and checking out this museum. And wouldn't it be amazing to have something like that in the Northern Plains as well? Tiara, thank you so much. Very interesting, very inspiring. Really appreciate. On behalf of Think Indigenous, we'd like to give you this print and this medicine. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Okay, do you mind if let me see. Oh my gosh, I started sweating at the end. Okay, I gotta just log off from here really quick. But I'm gonna give her some space. Okay, I'll come back up. Okay, I don't hear.
Turn down right here. Is it playing? Is your volume up? And yeah, you might want to send it to the HDMI, so you might have to set up the settings on audio. Go to your settings, even like right here, kind of yeah, there you go. Okay, yeah. So you want the Realtek audio. Okay, now try that. Oh, maybe okay, hold on, maybe I clicked on the wrong Realtek speaker. So just go back to down here again. You're on headphone, not Realtek. Realtek headphone. Headphones, Realtek. Go back to your, you should be here. Click on that. Check the headphones, so it's there. You're going to do the black magic because that's your HDMI. You want your headphones because that's your headphones. I'm going to go back and just double check I have it on there. I should have had it muted, so it should be.
Wow. It has two besties and two are all by themselves. Wow. Wow.
Just make sure that your volume's all the way up. There you go. Which we did, I'm sure. That's a full, and then go into your actual video, wherever that came. What's this for? Is that your side? Okay, so that's it. Okay, so we'll turn this up to back, so then I can always turn it up back to back. It's there, it's really quiet. Yeah, once you get set up on the back, just turn it back again and stuff. I'll see how the volume is back there and stuff. So, perfect. Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you.
You'll be fine. You'll be fine. No one's scaring you.
Now that you said live, I was like, oh my god.
Oh, yeah. Then you're just really...
I was a little nervous, now I'm really
Deep breath. We're all relatives.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll get him calmed down now, I guess. Tanse, we are about to begin our next session at 3:40. Welcome to the convention hall. We will begin our session on Neheo literacy, braiding together traditional knowledge with Western practices. This session introduces a balanced approach to implementing a comprehensive Neheo Cree literacy curriculum in Saskatchewan schools. Cree Fly braids traditional Neheo ways of knowing with evidence-informed literacy practices to strengthen language revitalization and student literacy development. Participants will explore structures, instructional frameworks that support phonological awareness, reading and writing, while fostering cultural identity and pride. Grounded in the belief that language is foundational to nationhood, the session envisions Nehewewin as a primary medium of instruction and positions strategic literacy instruction as essential to producing confident, fluent speakers. We would like to welcome to the stage Orlando Flett and Betty Eapis.
Hi, Tanse, Orlando Flett, Nina Nitsnigason, Egwa Communist Minaikoska, Waska Ganit Uchinina, Maga Kistaminanik Tatuskan. Hello, everybody. My name is Orlando Flett. I am from Cumberland House, but I live and work in Prince Albert at the Cree language program. I'm a Cree language learner. I've only actively, I'd say, been trying to speak and learn my language for, I don't know, 5 years maybe. So I'll let Betty introduce herself and then we'll share a bit more.
Tanse, Betty Tinker Nisikason, Mine Kwaske Ganekuchenia, Kistapinanik Nuigan, Utan Datoskan, a Xnomatuigamik, Igwa Orlando Nuitsatoskimau. Hi, my name is Betty Tinker. I'm from Pine House. I live in Prince Albert. I work with Orlando.
Okay, so what we're going to do today is we're going to share with you some of the things that we've been doing in our Cree program in Prince Albert at John D. Finbaker School. We've had a lot of success and just trying to get it out there. Maybe it will inspire you to make some methodological changes into your programs. So let's go there. So I'll just really briefly, the Cree program began in 2020. I was a first kindergarten teacher. We started with kindergarten, and each year after that, we've added a classroom. So we're up to grade 3, pre-K to grade 3, with supports in grade 4 and 5. Through our program, it was the vision of Victor Thunderchild, who is in the yellow ribbon shirt at the back. He worked really hard with the public school division to try to implement the program and to get it started. Unfortunately, though, we did lose him during COVID. So this was his life's dream. So what I'm going to show you now next is this is kind of where we started. And the next slide, I'll show you where we're at the other day. We're really proud of the work that the kids are doing. So I do have a few videos. I'm hoping you can hear them. If not, just be real quiet. Just kidding.
Thanks. Oh, itahtu punien. Ego tantiuchilia. Oh yeah. Ego kigawi tansisi kasut.
Merlin Isikasut.
Oh yeah. Kuhtawi.
Brandon Ignutawi.
Ego kigoi kimichin tipsko. O taxi, kigoi gimitin.
What did I do?
Kigoi gimitin.
Wapus imitsuyin.
Wapus igimwet? Pakui siganaste? Ihe? Kigoi gimnifar.
Siwapui iminikuyan.
Yeah, siwapui giminikuyan. Tapisa. Tagakai kon. Muistas.
So a majority of the students who come to our program are non-Cree speakers, and a lot of their families are the same. The little guy you just heard is in grade 4 this year. He came into the program since kindergarten without any background Cree knowledge from home. He is at the point now where he's building on his fluency, and he's so confident. And because he's so confident, all the other kids are wanting to learn, and they like to compete, and they like to play against each other. And they see and hear Connor doing some things, well, now they want to do it. And it's just kind of a spiral effect that's been happening in our classrooms, and we're really excited and trying to figure out how we can continue to support that. So one of the things that I'm really proud of with Sask Rivers is they didn't just put me in this Cree classroom and say, you know, teach Cree. They took it to the whole division and created like systematic changes within our school division to support Cree language development. So one thing that we've done is we've adopted Mike Relin. I don't know if you're familiar with Mike, but he is an amazing person. He was the director of Suntep for many years. He's recently retired. So Mike came up with a Decolonizing Indigenous education model. So with that model, our school division has adopted it. I think we're in our 2nd year of it. So he'll come in, he'll do workshops, and getting us to rethink how we are implementing our practices in our classroom. How are we taking his stages? How are we changing the way and structures that we are used to? I'm not going to go over his model in depth, but just letting you know, he has 4 stages. He added the 4th one recently. But if you look at stage 1 talks about the spiritual center. So in order to holistically teach our children and actually meet them everywhere in all of their needs, we need to also find a way to include that spiritual center. And that's not saying that we need to, it's not religion, right? So Indigenous spirituality, making that difference between spirituality and religion, and how can we nurture that spiritual connection between our students, okay? So what I did was, I've listened to Mike many, many times. He is a mentor of mine. And I take his words to heart, and I take his words and I look at what we're doing in our classrooms and how can I change things in my classroom, and if this is working, how can I share this with other classrooms so that they can hopefully take something from it. Then thinking forward to where our students are and the overall goal of education, I guess, is to successfully get them through, right? So this is just an old statistic I had. 60% of Indigenous students graduate with grade 12 within 5 years of starting grade 10, compared to 90% of non-Indigenous students. So we do know that our Indigenous students aren't graduating at the same rate as non-Indigenous students. So how can we change that? I can't predict the future, but what I'm hoping that is through our classrooms, through the incorporation of language and culture into our programs, that we're able to nurture the whole child, and we're able to let those students and feel that sense of belonging, so that throughout their schooling that they have more success. Another thing Mike talks about is, he talks about the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. So that's from Einstein. So to me, and I'm not trying to offend anybody when I say this, when I went through my school system, K to 12, and even in university, I learned Cree the same way all the time. You know, you learn words, a Tim, then you go color a picture of a dog, right? You learn a couple little songs, hello Tamse, a couple things here and there. Those are all great. Those are still things, you know, we need to teach those vocabulary and those songs, but we also need to do more. Going from different conferences and listening to different speakers, I hear a lot of people saying, so Cree language has been taught in the school since the 1970s. And since the 1970s, I've heard people say, we have not produced one fluent speaker. So thinking about that and thinking about why is that? What can we do to change that? How can we produce fluent speakers, okay? So that's a long time that we've been teaching Cree in our schools. So just trying to think about what we're doing and how we can make those changes to facilitate that learning of language. One thing that's been successful for us is, so myself as a language learner, you hear people saying, well, why don't you just speak Cree? I'm like, well, I don't know how. How can I be expected to be this classroom teacher and fluently do everything when I'm not fluent, right? So I'm a person, like I was listening to Celia earlier, I'm a person who learns from reading and comprehending and writing. I do that, then I figure things out, okay? So thinking about that and thinking about the fact that we're in a school, and in a school, in the public school division, we are teaching, we teach the curriculum, right? So how can we take those things that we're mandated to teach in the curriculum and bring Cree language and culture into that? So we've been focusing a lot on Nahel literacy at John Diefenbaker School. And then take a look at this word, and I want you to read it. Tell me what your first thought is when I give you this. This is basically one word. When you look at that, what goes through your mind? I've had people look at it and they're like, heck no, nope, don't even know where to start. So this is hippopotamus in Cree, okay? It's like all the rage right now at our school. Maybe Betty can speak to this a little bit.
So this word, there's this Connor, the first kid that you guys heard, he bugged me for a couple years, and I thought it was really hard, and I never bothered trying. So once I did, I was like, hey, I'm gonna go back and show off to the kids. So that Monday I went back to school. It took me 2 days. So I went back to school, went to the class, and Connor's sitting there. I said this word. I'll say it for you guys. So I told Connor, who was 9 years old, I said, okay, do you want to compete with me? He's like, yeah. He said, write it down for me. So I did, and I said it in 4 seconds. When at first he was reading it. He would go slowly, read it all day. It took him all day. And then in the afternoon, he was like, I can say it now. He said, time me. 11 seconds. He said it in 11 seconds. Try it again. 7 seconds. Try it again. 5 seconds. To this day, he still can't beat me.
So this is just, so then, like I said, it just snowballed after that. And I'm going to show you a couple of videos here because we've been teaching the kids the sounds chart since kindergarten, and we really focus on that literacy piece. The kids, they want to read and write. So the first video is a girl who says, I think, her second time reading it, and she's in grade 2. The middle video is grade 1, and the other video is grade 1. They're really short. So we haven't been doing phonetics. We've right away, right off the hop, we were like SRO, and it's been going very well. So that guy's in grade 1. And then this is the same kid. He actually asked Betty about a week ago, can you make those into cards so I can like organize them? So she just did this one the other day.
Can you say it for me?
Yeah.
Can you say it slowly? Sorry.
Diego kisibete talamikno kisutio atapius pakis siniswapio makatulikos.
Can you say it really fast for me now?
Yeah.
Okay, go.
Diego kisibete talamikno kisutio atapius pakis siniswapio makatulikos.
And then, so like we said, we're at a place now where the kids, they just want to read and write, and they want to play games. So we've been talking about starting a Cree bee. So on Friday last week, we kind of got started. It's more like a spelling test right now. We're just giving them practices to do the writing part, and then we'll move into having like little competitions with them with a spelling bee.
O sa wow. It has two besties and two are all by themselves. O sa wow. What? O sa wow.
I think I got it wrong.
And this was at the end, the little guy.
Ape wapos nisinas niya tapi pitui osawa metawi kuna michiso pemelo wasawigamek kigamitatat piak.
This boy's in grade 4.
Oh, my boys. Sit down. Sit.
So then I just asked him what they mean. So they're not just like writing words from memory. They actually know what the words mean. And look at the bottom one is kitchen. He spelled that all by himself.
Yeah.
So one of the reasons we think we're having success as well is because we're trying to get away from you might have seen this cultural iceberg. Those surface culture things are a lot of things that I know that we do in our classrooms to incorporate Indigenous ways of knowing. You know, one day we might just sing Hello Tanse. Another day we might do beading. Another day we might do a craft. And those, while being great things for our culture, aren't part of that deep culture. So trying to dig a little bit deeper and incorporate and implement more of our language and culture as opposed to those surface things that aren't really deep. So another thing that I'm really proud of with our school division, like I said, it's division-wide. So at our school, taking the Cree language and culture and putting it into our belief statements and putting into our foundational plans is key. It's not just us in our classroom, it's throughout the school. So at the bottom, we added that last bullet, revitalizing the Cree language and culture allows us to create an atmosphere of growth and inclusion. We use education as a vessel of sustainability and rejuvenation where all students will connect and value the people of Treaty 6. Okay, this was the big one. So the big one here was, at our school division, we have best practices. So these best practices are expectations that our teachers are doing in the classrooms, okay? So I looked at this and I was like, well, how can we do this for Cree? We need to be able to look at our best practices and our expectations, and how can we go at them through a Cree lens. So I talked to them about that, and I came up with this. So for our Cree teachers, they're still expected to do those, but we also don't want to make extra work, okay? So it's not really fair to say, hey, you're here to teach grade 2, but you have to do the English curriculum, but you also have to teach them Cree. So instead of making these two separate, how can we merge them together so that they are one and they're not extra work? Because our Cree teachers at our school are also Cree language learners. I think almost all of them come at beginning Cree learning level. I think last year, one teacher, when she was so excited to come, and she asked Betty, she said, what does ape mean? We're like, oh my God. But she has learned so much this year, and she is probably one of our best because she has took it upon herself to learn and really, take the most out of the program. So I'm not going to go through this document in full, but I just want you to take a look at where it says morning meeting and word study. So in that section, that's the literacy model. So in that literacy model, we have things like Haggerty and UFly, phonics. So I'm looking at those systems and I'm saying, how can we teach our kids to read and write in Cree? How can we bring that into the classroom so that we have systemic changes, explicit expectations, explicit teachings for our classrooms, okay? This is the same model. I just added the grandfather's teachings, but at the center, this is a photo I took driving home one day, and I saw the sundog. I thought it was beautiful. I pulled over. I took a photo. And after I had posted it, I don't know if she's here, Emily, she said, hey, that looks like a medicine wheel in a center. I'm like, oh my gosh, it really does. So I use this photo because at the center you have the sundog, right? You have the sun. And Keith Gallay talks about awasis. So awasis is child in Cree. So if you're breaking down the word, within awasis you have wasa, right? To give light, to shine. And to me, I take that and it just reminds me and kind of grounds me in my educational journey here. So at the center, I put that because to remind me and to remind others that at the center of all we do, the why we're here is for the children, right? We're here to help that inner light of the child shine. So within our changes, people always ask, well, how do you assess? So we got away from assessing, you know, do they know the animals? Do they know the colors? Do they know the numbers? Just to say them. So what we did was we came up with ICANN statements from kindergarten to grade 3 that are in the report card. So we broke them down into 2 parts. The first part is like Minupmatsian, which is like relatable to like FAFSA, factors affecting students' achievement. So we picked some there, and then the next part are skills and abilities. So then what we took is we took those and we made ICANN statements, and we gave each classroom their grade level ICANN statements so that those are what they're working on throughout the year, and we tried to scaffold them with each grade. I am going to go kind of fast just because of time. So when you think about that literacy model that we just talked about, the first part there was the morning meeting. Now, if you're not familiar with morning meeting, it's a way to build community in your classroom. So all of our classrooms at Sask Rivers from pre-K to grade 12 are expected to implement morning meeting. So morning meeting has 4 parts. You can do those 4 parts any way you want. So then I asked the question again, how can we make this work for Cree? So then what I do is each month I make slides, and then I send those slides off to our Cree teachers as a skeleton. So they can take this, they can take things out, they can add things in, they can make it their own. But the expectation there is that they're implementing these Cree language practices that we expect them to for those best practices, okay? So the first one here is just the title page, and they're different. So this one's the Monday, then Tuesday will be a little bit different, then Wednesday will be different. So I'm just gonna quickly show you Monday. So the kids will read them with us. We do a sunrise song. This sunrise song was recommended to me from Victor when he was mentoring me. Okay, before I go to that page, thinking about how we can nourish that spiritual connection between our students, we thought bringing the prayer back into our classrooms was important. How can we bring prayer in? So I did some research in different types of prayers and what would work, and then I wrote this next prayer that you're gonna hear. We were just reading it, but knowing how important song is to our students, I wanted to make it a song, but I can't sing. So what I did was, it was recommended to use AI. I'm not the biggest AI fan. People might have their own opinions about it too, but I did use AI for this song, but I'm hoping one day someone hears it, then they'll be like, I'll come sing it for you and you could record it. So if that's you, find us after. I'm gonna play it, and if you wanna sing along with us, I'm gonna play all of it, because the kids absolutely love it.
Seba ayami vevi Kise manito Kinanas komikinan Ano chika Kisikak, Creator, we are thankful for you this day. Help us learn our Cree language. And to walk in this world in a good way. Moving to see the sunset and the sunrise. Kinanas komitina, we are thankful.
So we start off each day with that song in all of our classrooms. Our kids absolutely love it. You want to share something? What grade 1? You're going to be going to. Oh, the grade 1. Our grade 1s are doing really well. One of the kids is going to start our piano, and then they're going to go compete in Muscadet at the Fine Arts Festival. They can sing the song without the music already. I went to do it with them and the music glitched out. And I was trying to fix it and they just kept going and they're like, again. They're doing really well. I should also say too, I went half-time this year for Sask Rivers, so I'm only there half-time, and my other half-time I approached Muscadet to see if I could come and work for them. So I'm working half-time at Muscadet, trying to implement this stuff from K to 8, and it's going very well too. I just don't know how to mute it on all the pages. So here we do, all the classrooms, they'll do calendar together. They sing the days of the week. They can say 2026 in Cree. I've also, because like I mentioned, a lot of our teachers are non-Cree speakers, and we're trying to set them up for success. How can we do that and expect them to say the days of the week or 2026 when they don't know how? So then I recorded, and if you press the play button,
Kiche utato mitanao, nis tanao nikotosasap.
just in their classrooms. I can't always be there, so how can we help them? So that's the way that we're helping them. Now this one's my favorite, and I tell all of our teachers and I tell anybody who's listening, if you have no time and you only have time to do one thing each day to help with Cree language development, it's to sing the sounds chart. So we started with the sounds chart in 2020, but we didn't know what else to do, okay? And so we've been singing it since then. We have found many, many more ways to implement it, and it is the foundation of all we do and of the foundation of our success. So the other thing is a lot of people don't know that we have a sounds chart and that we have Cree sounds. I had looked at the sounds chart one day and I said, well, we teach our kids to read and write with the ABCs. We have our own ABCs. How can we utilize these ABCs to teach our kids to read and write? So then that's where we really got the ball rolling with that one. I'm going to play a little bit of it because there's a certain tune that comes with the sounds, and I encourage you to try to get that tunes in your head so that you can hopefully implement that into your classroom. Or not. Oh, not going to work. That's okay. Part of the morning meeting, I'm going to go really fast now. So this is TPR and ASLA, adding those in. The kids get up and they move around with that. So we do those every day. Poems, sharing, TP teaching. So during sharing time, we share with that. And then morning meeting, we'll do a message in Cree together. And then this one I actually got from Northern Lights. So Lily and Bertha over there, they made a whole bunch of songs, and I got permission to use some of those. So I put singing those songs with our classrooms as well. So then I'm just going to move into here real quick. So Neho literacy curriculum, so braiding together traditional knowledge with Western practices, AKA Cree Fly. The kids called it that. I walked in one day with all my stuff and they're like, yay, time for Cree Fly. So if you're not familiar with UFly is a phonics program that helps the kids be better, more efficient readers and writers, right? So then looking at that and how can we do that in Cree, my question all the time. So for my master's program, I I really wanted to explore that. So I spent a lot of time trying to figure that out, and then I came up with this curriculum that we've been having success with. So the whole purpose behind the curriculum is to give those teachers who are at any level of fluency the support to provide an explicit Cree language lesson, okay? So that anybody in here should be able to theoretically pick this up like the U-fly, you're holding it, and everything's here for you to say. You're able to do a lesson to a whole class or a small group with this in your hand. There should be no questions of how can I say this because everything's here, okay? So that's what this is. I just took a few pages out to show you. It based it around the broad areas of learning from the curriculum, the ELA curriculum. The scope and sequence for the morning meeting is there, and the scope and sequence for my Cree fly here lines up with the U-fly scope and sequence. So when you're doing the letter S in U-fly, you can do a letter S in Cree as well. You could work with them together. So the key features of the Nehao literacy are those phonological awareness umbrella. So within the phonological awareness umbrella, kids need to learn these certain skills in order to be proficient readers and writers, okay? So they need to learn about phoneme isolation, blending phonemes, segmenting phonemes, manipulating, which leads into phonics, okay? So that's what it's all based around. So again, each kid gets a sound chart. We do the sound chart every day, and then that's just a sample lesson. So the sample lesson, I'm just going to give you a little, I don't know if that's a 4. Yeah. I'll give you a little example, okay? So the top part is the auditory drill. So that's kind of like singing your ABCs, but instead of ABCs, we're singing our Cree sounds. And then under it, it says segmenting sounds. So we use stretchy snakes, or stretching out words. So I'll give the kids a word, and I'll give it to you. You can use your hands, but you can do pound it out. So your word is tepwa. So everybody say tepwa. Now, what sounds do you hear in tepwa? Go te, p, we. Tepwa. Your next word, tapwa. Ta, p, we. Tapwa. So I go through a few words with the letter T, so to give the kids that hands-on opportunity to segment and blend words. Then we move into manipulation of sounds. So it says, we are now going to make some irregular words. Make the word tanse. So everyone say tanse. Change the T to a P. What's your new word? Panse, right? You're just playing with words there. So then in phonemic awareness, it says, we are now going to make some words. Your first word is tanse. So each kid will have a tray with magnetic letters. So then they're able to do a hands-on making words lesson together. So then everybody would make your task, ns, and I, right? And then you just continue building for as many words as you want or not. And then after that, there's a writing lesson if you wanted to implement more writing into there. Almost done. I'm just going to quickly flip through my little curriculum here for you just to kind of get an idea of what it's all about. One thing that I added in here is the spirit of the language, which I added later because it's, like I said, I'm a language learner. I'm also just learning. We went to a conference and listened to some wonderful speakers. One in particular was Jeff Wastikut. And then he talked about how the vowel sounds are connected to the 4 directions, right? That spiritual connection. And so I added that in there because I thought that was really powerful for myself as a learner. So we got some outcomes and indicators, everything you need there. There's a literacy assessment that assesses those phonological awareness stuff. And then there's stuff in here about how to do morning meeting. And then the importance of phonemic awareness. And then I also put in there, it was suggested to put in QR codes so that people could actually So if you're new and you're just doing this and you don't know how to teach it, well, then you could just click the QR code and then it would let you see. I put a lesson in there on like how to do it. So then each of the lessons, I think there's like 44 explicit lessons so that we can support those teachers who are trying to learn language, teach and learn the language. So here is just a sample of the lessons.
So for this part, when I first started working, I had no idea, like the Cree sound chart she was talking about, I had no idea we had one. So I was learning with the kids as well. So this is the first word. So this kid picked this in grade 1. He's now in grade 4. And he said, I want to learn how to write tapiskagan. He said, that's my favorite word. I said, okay. So I made this up for him. And then where is it? Where he writes it. So there he is in grade 1 writing. So he's sounding it out. He has a Cree sound chart with him. So as I was recording him, I can hear him sounding out the sounds as he was writing it. And then again, like she was talking about the one word, ape, atem, astam. You know, those were the words we've all heard, right? So there was this kid telling me a story. Something happened outside. And I said, Owina, tanti, tanspino. So I was asking him all these questions. And I thought, hey, I think we're getting somewhere here. And he was answering me back. And when I said Owina, he said the name. Then I said tanti. And he said, Wewitime. You know, and then this is where we started building. Instead of just the one word, we started building on. So this is the one I was talking about. Owina, Kigwe, Tanti, Tanspi, who, what, when, where. So that's it. We stuck with that for probably 5 months, and then we moved on. We built. Once they master it, then you move on. You don't just stay there. You need to move on. And this is where we moved on. So in the front and in the back. So you have here your tenses. So Kigwe, so if I'm asking a kid, Kigwe, igi tuta minutaksi, what did you do yesterday? Igi, he's gonna say, igi mitawian, I was playing. Or what are you gonna do? Kigwe iwi tutamin, iwi mitawian. And then at the end, you have chick is them, us is, ya is us, yourself is yan, and he or she is T. So these are the sentences you're gonna, so for example, right here, Igi pimpahta chick, that's like more than one person running. Iwi pimpahta yan, I'm going to run. I pimpahta ya, we are running. Inuhti pimpahtat, he or she wants to run. So this is where I'm talking about building on. You don't just stick with who, what, when, where. You're going to build on. Yeah.
So that's just a really quick, condensed version of some of the things that we're doing at our school. We're really proud of the work that's been going on and the support we have from the division. As far as even our positions, like within our school division, we have our kindergarten, pre-K to grade 3 Cree teachers, but we also have my position and another Jen Bross had recently joined us. We are Cree language coaches, so we come and we help support the program through development and fluency. And then Betty is a Cree language assistant. So she's fluent in Cree, so she comes to the classrooms and helps with that fluency piece. So we're really lucky with that. I put our emails up there if you had any questions. We do have quite a few people from all over coming to visit our school. If you're interested in coming, we'd welcome you to come and have a listen and have a look. Anything that we could do to help other language programs have success, we're really interested in that. And then the bottom one is our HR. If you want to work for us, we're always looking. Send him an email. Oh, I see a hand up back there. This one? So I did make this. I do have permission to sell it. The only problem is I don't know how. So I'm working with Lita right now. We're trying to find a way to print them for cheaper, because for what I printed it for is kind of pricey. So we're trying to find a different avenue to go to get them printed, and I'm trying to find someone else to sell them, so that I have a lot on my plate right now. I was like, I don't want to worry about GSTs and stuff like that. So if you have any, I'm just trying to figure out how to get it out at least by next school year. So hopefully soon. And if you are interested in it, because we're hoping to figure that out soon. If you are interested, just send me an email. I have a list of people already who are waiting, and I would be happy to send them out to you. Okay? Okay, timer just went. Good timing. Thank you. Tinigi.
Thank you, ladies, for your presentation. On behalf of my nation of Kakwushtau First Nation, we'd like to give appreciation, a token to Betty and Orlando. There you go. So there's a pinky, but here's the thing, there's only one bag in there.
We'll share.
Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm so interested in this side. Did you fly?
Oh,
And this
perfect.
is perfect.
Yeah, no, it really is. Thank you. Take lots. Take some of it, my mom now, because she was presenting. Awesome. I didn't even recognize you, Tia. I saw your name outside. Come up here, Betty. Pictures look nicer from up. Big lots.
No double chin, no belly shot.
Lots.
Lots. Thank you. Take a picture of me and up. There you are, stop.
I'm trying to get copies out soon. I don't have them yet, but I'm hoping.
Come and shake your hand because I was so excited. Like,
Yeah.